for you when you list your home with me. I'm with you every step of the way.
Go to Frank's website for tips on buying and selling. Frank Duran, therealestateman.com, or call 303-920-1622.
Forging ahead together drives Colorado's pioneering spirit. At Chevron, we donate funding and volunteer thousands of hours in support of the communities we call home. We also employ our neighbors to deliver the energy needed as the state's largest oil and natural gas producer, all to help improve lives in our shared backyard. That's energy in progress. Visit colorado.chevron.com.
It's Jeff Jr. from Trajan Wealth, and I've got something important to talk to you about, your 401k. If you have changed jobs, there are two very important considerations. You don't want to leave your 401k behind, and you don't want to roll it over into your new company plan without consulting Trajan Wealth first. 401ks will often have limited investments or age-based options. Since companies have to make choices to suit all employees, they may not be suited to you, which could cost you fees and money. When you roll over your 401k into an IRA, you not only keep your money growing tax deferred, but you also gain access to a world of investment options specifically designed for you. Trajan Wealth and our fiduciary advisors have helped thousands, and we can do the same for you. Call Trajan today at 720-405-3300. That's 720-405-3300.
Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor.
Did you know K&H Home Solutions is now offering beautiful bathroom makeovers? That's right. The oldest home improvement company in Colorado can redo your entire bathroom, or, if you prefer, just a new shower, specializing in tub-to-shower conversions, exceptional remodels, full upfront transparent pricing. Call for your free estimate and get the bath of your dreams. 303-421-7100, khwindows.com, 421-7100.
Facing a job loss? Considering a pension buyout, a severance package, or what to do with your 401k? Hi, I'm Linda Gardner, host of Your Money, Your Retirement, and I can help. 720-488-8604. That's 720-488-8604.
Hi, Dan Cicchini. For your kitchen update done right, go to drhi.com. Great cash incentives for a special financing rate of 0% APR with 48 equal monthly payments with approved credit. For details, 800-362-8370.
Texting privacy policy and terms and conditions posted at textingterms.us. Texting enrolls you for recurring automated text marketing messages. Message and data rates may apply or play. Stop, opt out. Terms and conditions apply to the earnings promotion.
Do you have caregiving experience as a parent, teacher, nanny, coach, or in another similar role? Hop Skip Drive is looking for experienced caregivers who want to help students in their community by driving them to and from school. Earn up to $50 per ride with Hop Skip Drive's welcome promotion, all while helping your community. If you have your own vehicle that is no more than 10 years old, a clean driving record, and at least 5 years of caregiving experience, you could become a Hop Skip Drive care driver. Just text SCHOOL to 323232 to get started right now. Hop Skip Drive gives you the flexibility to set your own schedule and earn competitive pay. It's simple. Drive in your free time and make a real difference for students right in your neighborhood. Don't wait. Text SCHOOL to 323232 right now. Text SCHOOL to 323232 and start earning up to $50 per ride during Hop Skip Drive's welcome promotion period. That's SCHOOL to 323232. Text SCHOOL to 323232 now.
This report is sponsored by Dairy Queen.
Keep the umbrella handy for Tuesday. We've got some off and on spotty showers throughout the day. Temperatures are going to be on the cool side in the upper 50s and low 60s. I'm Box 31, Pinpoint Weather Team meteorologist Kylie Burse.
Hurry in to DQ for their sauced and tossed chicken strip baskets with flavor from the top, bottom, and everywhere in between. Try them today in Honey Barbecue or New Buffalo, only at DQ. Happy tastes good, only at participating Dairy Queen locations.
KRFX HD2 Denver.
KHOW Denver, an iHeartRadio station. Make us the #1 preset on the free iHeartRadio app. Listen for all your music, radio, and podcasts. Free never sounded so good.
ABC News, I'm Sherry Preston. Palestinian health officials and witnesses say Israeli forces fired at crowds of people headed toward an aid distribution site in Gaza. 27 people were killed, nearly 200 wounded. The UN says the Israeli and U.S.-backed humanitarian sites have not been addressing Gaza's mounting hunger crisis. Police in Boulder, Colorado, continuing to investigate the firebomb attack that wounded a dozen people. The suspect, Mohammed Solomon, had been planning the attack for at least a year, police say. President Trump's 50% tariffs on steel and aluminum imports are set to take effect tomorrow. ABC's Rachel Scott.
The Trump administration is showing no signs of backing off of these steep and sweeping tariffs, even amid all of these court challenges, arguing that it is disrupting ongoing negotiations. So about 60 days into this trade war now, the U.S. has only announced a deal with one country, the U.K.
Newark Mayor Ras Baraka has sued New Jersey's top prosecutor after being arrested at an immigration detention facility. This is ABC News. San Antonio police still looking for a motive in the weekend shooting death of the man who voiced the character of John Redcorn in the show King of the Hill.
Jonathan Joss was of Apache and Comanche descent and played Native American roles in Parks and Recreation.
Hey, would you like some water?
Like firewater? That's racist.
And King of the Hill.
Hello, John Redcorn.
Oh, yes. We were just back here.
In a podcast recorded a day before he was shot to death, the 59-year-old said,
"We're all indigenous, man. We're all in this earth together."
Joss's husband said the shooting was based on his sexual orientation. San Antonio police say they found no evidence of a hate crime. Jim Ryan, ABC News.
New attacks in Ukraine after Ukrainian and Russian negotiators met for peace talks in Turkey. Some of the country's biggest airlines say a move in Washington could put your rewards card and your frequent flyer miles in jeopardy. American, United, Southwest joining several other companies in opposing a bill that would limit credit card fees. I'm Sherry Preston, ABC News.
Do you worry about how much someone drinks?
Do you feel angry or depressed most of the time? Do you feel neglected or unloved?
Do you feel you attract people who tend to be compulsive or abusive?
Do you have money problems because of someone else's drinking?
Are you afraid or embarrassed to bring your friends home?
Do you feel that if the drinker loved you, she or he would stop drinking?
If you answered yes to any of these questions, you are not alone.
More than half of all adults have a family history of alcoholism.
Not everyone trapped by alcohol is an alcoholic.
Families and friends are suffering too. Al-Anon and Alateen can help. Call 1-866-200-0223 or visit alanon.org/help.
KHOW News Time, 10:03.
The Denver City Council gave a thumbs up to the long-planned equestrian center at the National Western Center. The council approved more than $800 million in funding over 35 years as part of the redevelopment of the National Western Complex. Proponents of the bill, like Councilman Darrell Watson, say it will bring new economic opportunities and help revitalize the area.
I ask you tonight to vote yes, and then stick with us and stick with me with working with community to make sure that all community benefits, all of these discussions, that we are able to execute on them.
Opponents concerned this could lead to gentrification of the neighborhood, pushing longtime residents out. Construction on the Equestrian Center project set to begin this fall. A sixth gray wolf reintroduced to Colorado is dead. A Parks and Wildlife representative says the wolf died Saturday. The agency is developing plans to ensure that the population will thrive. The cause of death for the wolf is still under investigation. That's the latest. I'm Chad Bauer.
Now, Impact Traffic.
This report is sponsored by WhatsApp.
Well, the big semi-rig that was stalled in the left lane eastbound 70 at Peoria finally cleared. We're still seeing some jamming through that stretch, and it looks like westbound from Colorado back over to Brighton's a little slow. Wet roads, keeping speeds down a little bit for us. 270's kind of sluggish out of Commerce City. We do have some jamming coming south into downtown through Spear. Eastbound 6, southbound 25 on that ramp is back up to Federal. That's usually about a 5-minute delay. A little bit of traffic coming up out of the Tech Center as well as 225 through Aurora. With traffic, I'm Jonathan Steele.
Wondering what a personal message with your credit card number has in common with way too many pictures of your dog? Well, they're both private. Because on WhatsApp, your personal messages are yours. No one else can see or hear them, not even us. WhatsApp. Message privately with everyone.
This September, our iHeartRadio Music Festival.
Presented by Capital One is coming back to Las Vegas.
And you can win your way to be there.
Streaming live only on Hulu. Tickets go on sale June 13th at 2 p.m. Eastern, 11 a.m. Pacific through AXS.com. But starting June 11th at 1 p.m. Eastern, Capital One cardholders get first access to tickets and other exclusive offers for 48 hours only, or while pre-sale tickets last. Visit iHeartRadio.com/Capital One for more pre-sale details. What's in your wallet? Keep listening for the next chance to win your way to our iHeartRadio Music Festival. Presented by Capital One.
Do you have a remote log cabin or want to live off-grid? Red Rock's Roof and Solar is the only company specializing in these special standalone systems with battery backups and auxiliary generators. With Red Rock Solar, you get sales, installation, and service. Complete solar. Red Rock's Roof and Solar. Locally owned and operated by a veteran. Honesty and integrity. 303-704-2449. 704-2449. RedRocksRS.com.
Whoa, it's you, the Capital One Bank guy.
That's what they call me.
Mind if I get a selfie?
Yeah, sure thing. Say no fees or minimums on your Capital One checking account.
Wow, that's a keeper. So, where are you heading?
I'm off to spread the good news that Capital One helps people keep more money in their wallet with no overdraft fees.
Oh, you're the best Capital One Bank guy.
Hey, mind if I get a selfie?
Sure.
Say, Capital One, what's in your wallet?
Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com/bank for details. Capital One NA, member FDIC.
Need a new roof? Call Excel Roofing, 303-761-6400.
630 KHOW in your car.
On my way to work in the morning.
And wherever you go.
On my phone when I'm walking the dogs.
It's now easier than ever. You can now set Denver's talk station as a preset.
Awesome, doing it now.
On the free iHeartRadio app.
Ripped off, bad news. You need advice so you don't have to lose. We'll come running just as fast as we can. Troubleshooter's gonna help the common man.
This is the Troubleshooter Show. Now, Tom Martino.
Hello, Tom Martino here. We are solving problems each and every day for you, making your life just a little easier. All you have to do is give us a call, and you can call 303-MARTINO 24/7. Let me get that out right now, because a lot of people say, Tom, I want to call, but I can't wait. So if you call 303-MARTINO and leave your name and number, we'll get back to you when you go on the air. You don't have to wait. We call you, so you'll get into the next show or wherever you'd like to get into, like if you want to schedule it for another day. You can also text us, and iHeart has a text number, 57739. That's a short code. It's called. You text that number, put Tom there, or you can text the one that comes right to my cell phone, 747-999-5280. Welcome, by the way. Just many ways to get in touch with us. And I think 303-MARTINO overall is probably the best and can handle it. In the studio, got Marc Mager, of course, along with lovely Suze, my executive producer. Guys, you want to take it away? Tell us who's in the studio and what's on tap for us.
Frank Duran, the real estate man, Stephanie Thomas, and CMG in the house, one of the largest lenders in the country.
So we're talking about real estate and real estate loans. Really, do you remember there was a time, I mean, obviously it was a long time ago. Most listeners won't even identify with it. But there was a time, literally, a house was once, maybe twice in a lifetime. You never saw a mortgage person, except maybe once or twice. And you didn't shop for homes. Frank, let me ask you something real quick. It's not uncommon for people, probably you have repeat customers in real estate, which was unheard of. But I'll bet you it's not uncommon for people to buy 4 homes in their lifetime easily. What do you think?
Tom, that's very true. And good morning, by the way. I have a number. In fact, I just came from a closing this morning from a repeat client of mine. This is about the 3rd or 4th home I've sold for him in the last, 15 years. So I see a lot of that these days.
Yeah. And so buying a home isn't a once-in-a-lifetime thing. Right now, though, I'm told that the market is slowing down. Mark or Stephanie, can you weigh in on that? Stephanie Thomas, by the way, Stephanie Thomas is from the Colorado Springs area, Pikes Peak area. Real estate, Frank, is in the metro area. So let's talk about the market right now with real estate, because I'm sure there are a lot of people wondering, should I sell? Is it a good time to sell? What's the market like? So let's get an overview of the real estate market. I will go right to the phones, by the way, folks. Don't worry about that. But real estate is a very important part of our lives. So let's talk about that. What is the status of the market right now?
So in Colorado Springs, we've got a reasonable number of actives right now, just a little under 2,500 total, which is, fairly in line with what we've been seeing. Our average days on market for single families is at 65.
What does that mean?
And
what does that mean? So is that high, low?
That's definitely increased from, the last several years when things were moving at a significant pace. So I would definitely say we're definitely seeing things have kind of softened a little bit. Homes are still selling, so that's a positive. But in this type of market, you might just need a little more patience.
So what's going on? When you say this type of market, Frank or Stephanie, what is actually going on? Are interest rates influencing things? Is it the time of year? Is it the number of homes available? I mean, what are the factors right now in the real estate market?
Tom, all of those factors come into play, but I will say this. It is all area to area from what I've seen, because in certain areas, especially the condo market, Tom, right now is flooded with a lot of inventory. So in some sections, that is actually converted into more of a buyer's market than a seller's market. Other areas, we're still seeing prices remain strong and still on some properties getting bidding wars.
Okay, so what I think is I think that real estate in general, it would be accurate to say it has cooled down a bit. I mean, it's nothing like, of course, just a few years ago, but it's cooled down a bit. But are you saying you can definitely get that house sold and it's not going to sit for months?
And in the Springs, it's kind of the same. It's really going to be area dependent. Our multifamily market definitely seems to be moving more slowly than our single family homes.
All right.
But ultimately, the real estate market's a direct reflection of the economy.
All right. So, yes, it is. It is. And if we had to give us a profile in the Denver metro area of swift selling category, what would it be, Frank? Give me a bracket of pricing where homes move like crazy.
Tom, the sweet spot is between $500,000 to $750,000. That makes up about 40% of the market. So even in this market right now, we're seeing those properties move. But I will say this. I've had about 4 properties now over $1 million. We had multiple bidding wars and sold over the asking price. So certain areas, the $1 million market's also very hot.
Okay, so now let's get to the spring. What would the sweet spot be in the Springs?
I'm seeing really kind of random numbers in the Springs. It's more home condition driven right now, not necessarily just price point. So those more move-in ready homes definitely seem to be moving at a more swift pace. But even in the Springs, I'm seeing a lot of that $1 million plus seems to be moving pretty well.
Golly. All right, let's and John Clace with CMG Financial, he does mortgages. John, loans. What are the loans coming? What's the category of loan if you had to pick a little bracket?
Yeah, you still, 30-year fix because the adjustable rate mortgage, the ARMs,
No, I'm talking about the amount,
competitively priced.
The amount. What are people borrowing about?
You're usually looking about 5 to 7 to 800,000 right now. They're trying to stay below that conforming market, and then a lot of cash buyers. What I'm hearing out there on the higher end stuff, from selling a house to buying a house.
Right. So they're not needing to borrow a lot necessarily.
Correct.
If what is considered a jumbo loan nowadays? Did that change?
Yeah, it did. You can go all the way up. I think high balance. You can go all the way up to like 826 now. So above 900 is kind of jumbo.
Okay, let's talk to Kara. Kara wants to talk about a used car warranty, so we'll switch gears here. Pun intended. Okay, Kara, what's going on?
Hi. So we purchased a car about 9 months ago, and
what did you buy?
First service, Hyundai Palisade.
A new one?
It was used. It was a 2022.
Okay, got it. And what happened?
So when we purchased the vehicle last year, we were talked into an extended warranty at the dealership, basically stating it was bumper to bumper, that it was going to cover everything except standard maintenance, which we understood, like oil changes and stuff like that. So we were super excited, thought it was an investment, paid the price. And
how much was the warranty?
$4,300.
Man, that's expensive. And I just want to ask something really quick. This is something that always comes up, okay? And let me explain this, and Mark will tell you this too. It's the side conversations that people have while buying cars or buying something, they're side conversations. And I always say, well, they said, or I made it clear, or they made it clear, or we needed this, or we needed that. So, Kara, I imagine you're going to start telling us about the things that you thought it had that it didn't. So continue now. By the way, just so you know, Kara, no matter what they said, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what they said. It doesn't matter what you thought. What matters is that contract you have, that extended warranty. So tell your story. What happened with that warranty?
So, when we talked to the agent, we obviously got talked into it. We thought it was a great thing. It was a good investment. It got rolled into the loan, so it was easier to pay for that high amount.
Uh-huh.
And then yesterday when we went to go get the car service, they weren't able to do it. So we went to another dealership.
You didn't say what the problem is when you went to get the car serviced. What issue came up that you thought the warranty would cover?
So the car was kind of lagging, and especially when you turn, it just was driving really rough. So we thought it was like the back end tires. But when we ended up getting it taken in and having the second dealership look at it, it was the shocks and the struts had went out.
Okay, hold on. We'll
So
come
it was
back to this.
quite a
We'll
big
come back to this. That's an issue that I want to talk about. Struts, tires, shocks, brakes, all of those are usually never covered by extended warranties unless there's some kind of a defect. But we'll talk about that coming up. I'm Tom Martino, 303-713-8255.
Tinnitus and hearing challenges require much more than a one-size-fits-all approach. At Sound Relief, nothing is ever rushed or off the shelf. Appointments are longer, conversations go deeper, and care is patient-centered with a genuine desire to understand what's working, what's not, and what matters most to you. For those who expect more and are tired of being treated like a number, visit us at soundrelief.com for an entirely different experience. That's soundrelief.com.
When you're looking for remodeling and you think about baths, you think dollar signs. You know what? Bathrooms can be very expensive. That's why Discount Bath is a welcomed relief to the industry, because they believe in discounting baths, whether it be for your rental, a fix and flip, you're getting ready to sell your house, or your dream home. They put the discount in front of that bath and they mean it. Now, you can find out for yourself without them ever coming to your home. You can take your smartphone, do some video, and then upload it at discountbath.com. Go there and find out more about those details. And when you upload the video, they give you a price. Now, they believe in discounts, but they believe in quality as well. They truly have less profit to make your experience more valuable. And what you need to do is prove it to yourself. Discountbath.com, a team we know and trust. And it's a complicated area and a very important area in your home. You can ask our real estate people. Discountbath.com, 720-979-2322. If you're in an accident, one of the first things you do is ask questions like, whoa, do they owe me anything? I can't work. My car's wrecked. What do I do? I have a stiff neck. Or should I see a doctor? Or what is my case worth? John Fuller is set up, unlike any other personal injury attorney, to answer questions before you hire him, before you even commit to anything. You can call and say, I want to talk to John Fuller before I do anything. John Fuller will take your phone call or call you back, and he'll talk to you about your case. And that's the important thing. You can ask all of your questions. He has a bunch of information for you, and it's free. It's complimentary with no obligation. If you do hire him, it's on a percentage fee basis. That's John Fuller, 303-597-4500. 303-597-4500.
Thank you.
Hey, Tommy?
Yes.
Hey, can you check your text from me, please, and just get back to me right away on that particular text so I'm not freaking out?
Does Tom have that power to stop you from freaking out?
Suze?
Yes?
I have the pleasure of having two deadbeat teenagers that are not majors. They're not named Miles and Addie. And one of them is in Japan for 10 days.
Oh my God! And that's what that is?
Well, not all of it. No. There's just a bunch of different...
I was going to say, wow.
There's just a bunch of different stuff.
Why aren't they working?
There's just a bunch of different stuff.
How do you want me to book that? Because I'm looking at one lump sum. How do you want me to book it?
Let's just be creative. I'm hoping the IRS is listening right now. Hello, how are you doing, Mr. Auditor? I think
we audit you long time.
Yeah, we audit you.
Let's call it what it is. Child care.
I'll just sprinkle it around.
Yeah. Okay.
All right.
And then come and see me in jail. Right. Okay. Debtor's prison. Okay, so yeah, I just gotta. And by the way, Mark, they are working.
And who is in Japan? Is it Dolce?
No, Vonnie.
She living it up in.
No.
Oh, cool.
Dolce is doing really well with her studies. She's doing pretty good.
I want to hear back about the love hotels.
Oh yeah, me love you long time, Vonnie. Hey, Vonnie, you come over here. Me love you long time.
I've talked to different people now. Totally different people, like about 4 or 5 different parties that have been to Japan. They rave about it. Now, they say that it is one of the cleanest, most organized, wonderful countries, and they just love it.
We've got friends over there right now.
Well, they just landed last night. They're back.
Oh, they went 3 weeks. They loved it.
Yeah, now we're going. We're going to Japan.
Oh, you are?
We're doing Germany next year.
We are doing Oktoberfest next year with Avent and Christine and probably Adeline and Bryce. But we're going to do the big beer fest.
Du bist Mockspiel.
Schmock
Yeah. Erica's daughter Molly's in Japan right now, doing a study abroad program.
She's studying broads.
Everybody's in Japan but us, Steph.
Apparently.
Well, yeah, I mean, God bless.
We are not in the Cool Kids Club.
All I've got to say is that. We are not in the Cool Kids Club.
Dragon leaves Thursday.
Oh, great.
Hi, Tom Martino here. Welcome to the show, 303-703-8255. Kara bought a used car. She paid a lot of money for an extended warranty. We're going to agree on that. She paid $4,300. I mean, that's one of the most expensive I've ever heard of. Anyway, on a 22. Now, how many miles were on this Palisade, by the way?
When we purchased it, it was 55,000.
Mark, what's the warranty on that? If she had a 2022, Hyundai Palisade with that many miles, would it still be under any factory warranty?
How many miles?
It was at 54. Now it's at 63, and
Okay.
they told us it was an as-is.
It would be. It doesn't matter. It would be bumper to bumper up till 60,000, unless there's something weird.
Okay, now
5 years, 60,000. So you're over it no matter what.
Oh, okay. So it doesn't matter. So Kara, so you bought a warranty. You thought it covered a bunch of stuff. Then you had some struts and some stuff go out. And what's the story now? Continue your story.
So we took it in yesterday to a second dealership.
Why'd you go to a second dealership?
I had an appointment with the initial dealership yesterday, and when I showed up, the guy told me that they were too busy and that he couldn't look at the vehicle until today.
Okay, got
So I needed it to be able to take, the kids around and stuff. So I couldn't leave the car for 2 days.
I get it. So what's going on now?
Dealership. They confirmed it was the struts, and the bill ended up costing $2,500. They called the warranty.
Lord have mercy.
Struts would never be covered.
There was some other stuff too.
Okay.
Yeah, they're definitely not covered. You should have went to like Sheridan Auto Tech or some outside besides a dealership. That whole job's probably $1,000, no joke.
What was your total bill, Kara? Let's get right down to it. What was your total bill?
$2,500.
I mean, total, everything,
$2,500.
everything. Okay, and you were,
Yes.
and you were shocked. Did you think the extended warranty was going to cover regular maintenance?
They said regular maintenance, no, like the oil changes and stuff, so we were aware of that. But they said anything big, bumper to bumper, because of the amount we paid, he said absolutely everything would be covered.
Okay, now
So
you knew though. Hold on. So Kara, when you're sitting there, and I'm trying to drive this home, not to make you feel bad, but when you're sitting there and they say, well, anything big, bumper to bumper, is going to be covered. I mean, you did understand that there were going to be things not covered, right, Kara? I mean, you
like tires, brake pads, alignments, anything that's
Wheels.
wearable is almost never covered. Filters.
Correct.
So $2,500.
Correct.
You wanted how? Okay, so bottom line is it's not covered. So are you calling because you felt you were misled?
Yes.
Okay. Now, Kara, there is something in life called fraud. When somebody lies to you to get you to sign something, and if you feel there was fraud, you'd have to prove it. And here's what you'd have to prove, seriously.
Right.
That they lied to you specifically to get you to buy it, and that you can prove they lied to you, and you have some kind of documentation of those lies. And even then, it might be difficult. But Kara, no matter what, there's not a warranty in the world that would cover a strut, no matter what. Never.
So, sometimes the manufacturer's warranty will cover them, depending on the problem, though. If there was actually a defect in the materials or workmanship, but generally due to wear and tear, they're never going to be covered.
So,
okay.
So,
and it's fair enough. Hold on. I want to add this in there. It's fair enough, in my opinion, for someone selling a car to say, for example, you have a 60,000-mile bumper-to-bumper warranty, because it is. Yeah. Even though it doesn't cover tires, brake pads, it still is considered a bumper-to-bumper warranty.
Yeah. Now, Kara, what I want to know is this. Did you complain to anyone, and what did they say to you?
We did not complain to the initial dealership because we wanted to see first if there was any recourse. We came and read the agreement, and obviously when you reread the agreement, it's very misleading because it looks like it's going to do it, but then there's the exclusion page.
Right,
and like you said,
that's right. The most important page.
Exclusion, so we saw that after the fact.
When you read this warranty, though, when you read it,
so we didn't.
Do you like the warranty now that you read it? I mean, is it still a good warranty for you or not?
You know, that's really a good question, because if you look at the exclusions, it almost seems like everything in the world is excluded. So I guess until you really have to use it again to see if it'll actually pay for something, at this point it doesn't really seem like it's a good deal, because, you know, it seems like it's going to cover stuff, and then if you look at the exclusions, there's a whole bunch of stuff.
Right,
listed.
right.
So
hey, Mark, I recall
really covered a lot.
I recall, Mark, on some of these warranties that if they haven't used them and they change their mind. How long ago did you buy this car?
We bought it in August of last year, so it's about 9 months old that we've had it.
Have you could get a partial refund and cancel that possibly.
You know, we saw that in the agreement, and we actually read that last night. It says there's a Colorado clause, but then right underneath it says this agreement is non-refundable.
Okay.
So it's kind of misleading throughout the whole thing, because it'll show you at one part you think that it is, but then it looks like they're covering themselves by putting it in another section that they can point to. So that's kind of where we felt like we got
copy of that?
misled.
I want to look at it for you. Can you send that to us? All right. Send us a copy, Kara.
I sure will.
Right now, I don't think there's much we can do except we helped others. Because listen, no matter what you say,
I don't know how to emphasize this enough. It doesn't count. It doesn't count. Now, sure, there's something called fraud in the inducement where they lie to you to get you to do something. That is so difficult to prove and the cost involved. Don't ever rely on any verbal, oral, or insinuated promises. Dara, real quick here, let's get to your problem. Let's start it. What's going on in your neighborhood or with your neighbor? What's going on, Dara or Dara?
Good morning.
Hi.
Dara, that's fine.
Dara, what's happening?
I live in Morrison. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, Tom. I live in Morrison for the last 14 years here. I sold my family home in Greenwich, Connecticut, and moved out here by Red Rocks for my family home. And we've been here 14 years, and 3 years ago, a neighbor moved in, and it's been a problem ever since. And 3 years ago, my son and her had a verbal confrontation. You know, he yelled at her from my yard, and because of that, she put a protection order on him. He has mental illness, and we didn't know he had a protection order.
How long is the TPO good for?
It was supposed to be for 2 years, and we went back because we never went to court because we didn't even know we had a protection order, so we actually missed the court date. So it was automatically 2 years that he had to stay away from his own home. He can't even come home.
That is incredibly bad.
Well, hold on, man. Usually though, they don't make you go out of your own home. They put up some kind of perimeter. Are you telling me they actually said he could no longer live there?
Yeah, he can't come home within 100 yards of the neighbor's house. And we are so close proximity that we can almost touch each other's houses.
Does he actually own that property, or does he live with you there? And how old is he?
Yeah, he's been living with me since forever, since, little kids, but he's, a young adult, but, it's so expensive outside, and he's living in this car for the last 3 years because we both can't afford him to have
Tom, we got a break in a second, but I'm thinking just outside the box here. I mean, 2 or 3 years protection order is generally not for yelling and calling someone a name.
No, you're right, Mark. I want to get Joe Lazzara. Let's try to get Joe Lazzara on. Hold on, Dara. We're going to come back and try to get an attorney's perspective on this. I'm Tom Martino, 303-713-8255. Fix It 24/7 is doing a deep clean of the AC before the heat comes. Get it done. It's a complete refurbishment of your AC system for just $39. FixMyHome.com. Book now.
Yep.
This is Denver's Talk Station with Tom Martino now. Dan Kaplan today at 4, 630 KHOW, Denver. Now, Impact Traffic.
This report is sponsored by Our American Stories.
Yeah, we've got a crash coming into downtown, southbound 25, just past I-70 there near 38th. Left 2 lanes are blocked and a backup that extends now up to I-76, and it is just crawling as you're coming in towards the mousetrap and into downtown. 270 still running a little slow, both directions. Lingering volume to the east on I-70 as well as to and from the tech center, but no other big delays out here. Construction wrapping up out west near Denver West on I-70. That did have traffic slow. With traffic, I'm Jonathan Steele.
This is Lee Habib, host of Our American Stories. On our next episode, we'll tell the story of how the Muppets were introduced to America on coffee commercials on television. You won't want to miss the next episode of Our American Stories.
Have you ever thought about being a landlord? Well, Vestera Turnkey is a company that's set up to help you become a landlord without the risks and hassles of the normal way of doing it. They help you identify properties in hot markets, buy the properties, manage the properties, and then sell the properties, all for incredible profits. They have stats to show. Contact them. Vestera Turnkey, mybiggestreturn.com. They're great people and can help you become a landlord. 303-888-3788. Do you want countertops? Do you want prices on the phone right now? You can do that with the Art of Granite. It says granite, but they do all natural stone and man-made materials, and they'll give you prices on the phone. Tear out and haul away is always free. They always have incentives like free edge treatments or backsplashes or your bathroom vanity when you do the kitchen, and they give you prices on the phone. Get it right now, theartofgranite.com, 303-386-5919. How much time do I have, sir?
The problem is that there's
4
no
minutes.
jobs that
Thank
support
you.
any kind of mortgage like that. There's just
You go
simply
now.
nothing there. The professors make $64K. Enrollment of roughly 1,400 students.
What is the median out there if it's $64K for a professor, though?
Oh, God.
Income. Maybe so, yeah.
$26,479.
Wow.
Household is 54.
Because out here, I think the average you have to make to own a house is like over 100 now, right? 110?
Yeah. For a household.
For a household.
Yeah. So just if you start doing that math, the median's 26,000. What mortgage is that? Like literally, what is that? You'd be shocked how many homes are under 100 out there. And then what's really sad is like we went to this bar on Sunday waiting for my single prop airplane to land, and across the street, it's picture like an old school downtown, and there's like buildings across the street. All of them are empty.
So pretty much most of the town works at Walmart.
Or that's it. I think he's got 200. I want to say he's got his last store he had 400 employees. This store he's got like 240. And that's a lot of part-time. And then this time of year when the kids leave the school, he'll go down to 200 employees. And then the fur museum goes down to 1 employee.
Fur trade.
The fur trade. It's right on the outskirts of town.
It's a good time there.
It's fairly big, too.
It's a good time in Chadron.
They're
partying it up out there at the fur trade.
We go out to, there's nowhere to like really eat. We go out Saturday to the bowling alley because it's steak night. So we get a steak, and everybody you meet there anywhere says, oh, they already know you're not from town. So they go, oh, what are you doing here? And everybody knew him already.
The Walmart guy.
Yeah, everybody already knew him.
And
absolutely.
he says one of the best steaks he's ever had is at the bowling alley. I
know,
mean,
which
what's
is
Nebraska beef, John, right? I mean, you're not.
We're sitting there. He goes, oh, I'm the new store manager over there. He goes, oh, you're Miles. You're from Scotts Bluff. He goes, we knew Adam so well. How's Adam doing? That was the old store manager. It's just so weird.
It's different, that's for sure.
He's like a minor celebrity.
That is so cool, man.
Well, I guess, that could be cool or the worst thing in the world, right?
Well, yeah, I mean,
you go to fire someone, and I guarantee they're related to someone else that works for you.
Yeah.
He's like a minor celebrity.
That is so cool, man.
Well, I guess, that could be cool or the worst thing in the world, right?
Has anybody seen the new Karate Kid movie?
Go to fire someone.
No, is it good?
I guarantee they're related
Is Ralph
to someone
Macchio
else.
He's in it, but I probably can't see it for a week or two. I was going to go check it
He's
out.
like a minor celebrity.
That's
got to be great, then.
Yeah.
I love
guess
that. That could original. Just loved it. It was so well written. Great.
The first one was great. Yeah.
Oh, it was unbelievable. I guarantee they're related. Ralph Macchio.
I probably can't see it for a week.
Hi, Tom Martino here, 303-713-TALK.
I love that. The original.
713-8255.
First one was great, yeah.
Oh, it was unbelievable.
Can you adjust my return audio, please?
YouTube? Why am I hearing YouTube?
Okay, that's me. I'm going to...
Dummy, why am I hearing you two?
I cut it off. I'm sorry. I'm Tom Martino, 303-713-8255.
I got a list of stuff you can cut off.
I want to go to the phones now. Dara, here's something that is remarkable, that your son had a protection order. He lives there, and they said he couldn't go home. Dara, did they literally say he's in violation of the protection order by living there? Did they actually say that? Did the judge say that?
Yes. Yes.
Oh, I've never heard of such a
He came
thing.
home without us knowing, and he got arrested for being in his own home.
But, okay, explain the situation, arrested in his own home. Where was he in his home?
He was actually in my little living room here.
And they came to the door and they arrested him.
In the backyard, and yeah, and they arrested my son.
We need to talk to a criminal defense attorney.
It's been going on for 3 years.
Well,
I'm
just curious. When you say he's a resident there, what does that mean? I don't understand that. When's the last time he actually lived there?
He lived until the protection order, like 3 years ago. He's lived here.
So
for
he
10
lived
years.
there the whole time up to the protection order. Then they told him you're no longer allowed to live in your house.
Yes.
I find it crazy.
Yes. And it's really been very stressful for me as a mom. And
no, I get it,
really
Dara. I'm trying to get an accurate picture here. So over the last 3 years, has he visited you?
He cannot. And the thing is, my neighbor she's not even home half the time.
What did he do?
Really can't come home.
What did he literally do? Did he pull a gun on her, or what happened? I mean, be real.
He yelled at her. She's been kind of a bully for the last couple of years doing things, and he's very protective of me. He yelled at her, and from my backyard, from our backyard, and she was in her backyard.
What did he yell? Did he threaten to murder her?
Mark, he was in her backyard.
He
Okay.
said things that he shouldn't have said. He said things he shouldn't have said and scared her. And but this has been going on too long. My son is well. He's working full time.
Did you ever think to talk to her?
She will not let me talk to her. She has a protection order against me too.
Oh my God.
Well, hold
tried
on.
to get me out of my house,
Hold on.
and-
How do you live there
Yeah, I
if she
know
has
where-
a protection order against
Exactly.
you?
I went back to court, and I was able to
Get it modified.
She wanted 100 yards away from my house, which means I can't come in. Then she wanted 20 yards, but the judge said I could live in my house, of course, and I have to be 1 yard away from her when I'm in my house, and 3 yards away when we are in public.
Okay. This
And
is
There's
terrible.
got to be a lot more to this.
Dara, this
I want the same
sounds pretty
modification
damn
for my
serious.
son.
This sounds pretty serious. I mean,
It's very serious.
Hey, Tom, Lazara is in court, so what I would like to do, as soon as we can get him, either later on in the day or tomorrow, let's get her back on and get real options.
I mean, Dara,
thank you so much.
There has to be modifications or something that can be done with this. I mean, is she gunning for you? Does she look for trouble right now? Is she that kind, or is she just? What is she like?
I didn't even know her last name until we took her to court.
Okay.
Took
I
her
don't
to
know what
court.
she's like.
What do you mean took her to court?
Well, for
Well, when she
modification.
took me, sorry. when she
Okay,
took us
I
to
get
court.
it.
There just sounds.
We didn't even know her last name.
There sounds like a lot more to this story. I mean, it really, really does. The
There's
courts.
no justice done.
Well,
I just need justice.
I
My
understand.
son deserves to be home. He's well. He's working full time. He has goals.
That's
to
what
be
I want to talk
a
about.
plumber.
I want to talk about modifications to protection orders. That's what I want to talk about. So hold on, and we're going to put this. We're going to get you on with an attorney. Let's not continue right now, Dara. I want to get a real criminal attorney on to talk about options, because I'm sure they've come across stuff like this before. Carol, what's going on with you, Carol?
Hi. I had a company come and replace a broken garage door spring
Okay.
in December of 22.
Who did you have
and
come out?
Had them,
Who did you? Now you said December of 2022.
yes.
Okay.
I had Denver's Choice garage door.
Okay.
I called them back in January of 24 to replace the keypad. They sent the same technician, but he didn't program the remotes, so I called them back. They sent the same technician to program my remotes, but he was very angry when he showed up.
Why?
And said, he had to do this on his own time and pay for the whatever. And so I thought everybody can have a bad day, so I didn't call the company and complain, but I decided I was not going to have that company come back.
Okay.
So I called a company to lube and inspect and tighten the bolts on my garage door.
Who did you have do that?
And they did.
Who did you have one?
And they.
Did you have one Clear Choice garage door? Who did you have? I'm just curious because I always talk about one Clear Choice garage doors and they come out and do the tune-ups. Who did you have come out and do the tune-up?
Don's Garage Door.
Oh yeah, that's a pretty good company. So keep going with your story.
Okay, so he did the inspection and he said, I have one problem. He said, when was that spring replaced? And I said 2 years ago. And he said they put on too heavy of a spring.
Uh-huh.
And he showed me where he pulls the cord and the door would not stay up. In fact, it came slamming down, except he kept it from slamming. And he showed me where on the top of the door opener, the gears were, there were metal shavings from the garage door opener having to work so hard to open the door with that spring on it.
Well, actually, okay, let me explain this.
Okay.
Let me explain this real quickly, Carol. A garage door spring holds the door open. I mean, in other words, so a garage motor could never pick up a door without that counter spring. So it actually, if it was a heavy spring, it would actually hold the door open and it would be easy for the door to open, but it would be difficult to close the door. So did he say that the motor is working too hard to close the door?
I don't remember.
Okay, that's fine. But he did say
the door would not.
He said the spring was not too weak; it was too strong.
It was too strong.
Okay,
correct.
keep going. And so then, what did he suggest you do?
The original company,
right?
And asked them if they could send out a different technician. And I explained that Oscar was angry the last time and that I didn't want him back. And I was told that he was the only person that could come back, and that because another company, and this is her word, touched the garage door, the 10-year warranty was now void.
First of all, the 10-year warranty was on the spring, right? Obviously. And
correct.
Okay. Yes. Carol, I understand what they mean. Another company touched it. I mean, I don't know if they can show you that in writing somewhere, but they didn't actually service the door. They just looked at it, right?
Right. He lubed it. He tightened the bolts. That's all he did.
Okay. So right now, though, was your door working properly before they told you it was too strong of a spring? What were the symptoms of your door?
Yes.
What were the symptoms? Why did you call
Nothing.
another company?
I wasn't having any problems with it. I just get it serviced, lubed, and the bolts tightened. I'm 75, so I don't do that myself.
Uh-huh.
And I do that every year or so, just to be sure that it's, that I'm not damaging the door by not having it lubed and greased and tightened.
Okay.
But no, there was no issue with it.
Okay.
And there's no issue with it now.
Carol.
It still works.
Carol,
What's
I
the
want
call for it?
I want to tell you something, okay?
Door.
I want to tell you something, okay? And truly, I don't think I don't think you're going to have a problem with that spring. First of all, the idea of a spring being too strong is ridiculous. Strong springs are good, and and springs hold doors up, okay? And so what a garage door opener does, when you turn your garage door opener on, it simply releases the pressure and allows that door to lift, and it assists it a little. But the main function of a garage door opener is to close the door against the spring pressure. And I truly don't believe in unless it's a commercial spring, I don't know what they're talking about. And I'd almost venture to say, I'm going to say this, I'd venture to say that they're trying to get some money out of you, this second company. I don't think you're going to have a problem. Hold on, we'll come right back to you.
Thanks, man.
Thanks for the reminder. Always feel free to hit that sounder.
This report is sponsored by...
No, I'm not going to hit the sounder. That's what we thought about 30 years ago. I'm not doing it.
They're near 38. Left 2 lanes are blocked and a backup that extends now up to I-70.
I don't think I'm going to change, dude.
It's the mousetrap. And in
big fan of yours, though. You sound great today. I don't know what happened, but you sound great.
East on I-70 as well as to and from the tech center, but no other big delays out here. Construction wrapping up out west near Denver West on I-70. That did have traffic slow.
And you know I wouldn't tell you that if it wasn't true.
And host of the Taking a Walk podcast. Step with us into the world of music and bring you up-close conversations with new and legendary musicians.
Shush, here you go.
Interview podcasts? Listen to Taking a Walk on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts.
You know, you just heard us talking about Joe Lazara and getting him on about that restraining order and talking about it. Joe Lazara is our go-to criminal defense attorney. If you ever have a problem, I urge you to call Joe Lazara. Initial consultations are always complimentary, and then it's on it's on a flat fee basis when you hire him. Joe Lazara, Lazzara, Lazara Legal, DUIs, traffic, assaults, any kind of problem, call him. 303-429-6200. 429-6200. K&H Home Solutions, the people you want in your home for windows, siding, doors, and more. K&H has what you're looking for, including painting pros. Yeah, they have painting as well. Now, K&H has been around 65 years and counting. I've known all the owners, and they have the heritage to honor warranties and to produce great products. If you're looking to beautify your home with energy efficiency and increasing the value, khwindows.com. You can't go wrong with a company like that. khwindows.com. All right, I've partnered with American Financing to give you an option to get out of high-interest debt. We're talking about the Smart Equity Loan for your home equity. You take the part of high-interest debt you want to get rid of and take out a home equity loan for that, and you can then pay that off quicker to get out of high-interest debt and be on your road to financial recovery. High interest doesn't help anyone. And right now, if you get an equity loan, you can lower your interest substantially and save money every single month. AmericanFinancing.net. Give them a call. You may want a complete refi with cash out, maybe for some needed repairs. Call my experts at AmericanFinancing.net. 303-695-7000.
And fabulous.
Or something like that.
Language.
So then Iron Man was making fun of him.
Language?
Yeah, language. It just kind of reminded me of Shucks and Darn.
One of the first times I met Frank a million years ago, he was in studio here, and he goes, "Wow, Mark, you're not a shucks and darn kind of guy, are you?" I said, "No, Frank, I'm fucking not."
Didn't take you long to figure it out, did you, Frank?
Okay, Tom, so you're not going to feed YouTube back to me again?
No, I'm sorry about that. I'm glad you told me that, because I heard it. I'm thinking, what the hell's going on? I mean, every once in a while, usually when you turn on YouTube, it defaults to muted, but this time
you could make a fortune there with Red Rock.
Yeah, that's kind of what the plan is.
Well, you know, I did it to you once here because I had a main host computer potted
a nice little one.
Because Michael Brown uses it, you know, and I didn't pot it down. And somebody, either Mark or someone, sat there and turned on YouTube, and I had no idea where it was coming from.
Yeah, but you're right. I mean,
we got married there.
There's a little chapel there.
Yeah, chapel at Red Rocks.
Good morning, Troubleshooter Show. Did you want to talk to Tom in the game?
It's owned by the city, or whoever owns the, I guess the state. I don't know who owns Red Rocks.
The city of Denver manages it.
A guy named Shannon.
And then they got rid of the racetrack up there. I got a little worried they tried to do something with Red Rocks, but people would fight that forever. I mean, that's like a venue
630
ever.
KHOW.
I think the Beatles actually.
The show that is on right now is called
We've seen so many great concerts there.
Yeah, we've been there 20 times easy. It's one of those.
Do any of those words make sense?
Yeah, if you've never been there, I agree 100%.
Just go. Right?
If you're in town and they happen to have a show, you should check it out.
A guy named
We saw there was a comedian that went there
Well, I'll be
last year, which was surprising. I was like,
if
wow.
I may throw you on hold, I'm going to hand you over to the show's.
I was surprised, but Morrison, they could
woman
use
named
it.
Kelly, who can kind of solidify that relationship.
Boy, they could. That one Mexican restaurant's been there forever, and it went downhill, if you ask me.
Okay?
They got used to it.
Don't run off. So busy anyway. Why?
Yeah, exactly.
Good luck with
Nothing
that.
else really there. I think, wasn't there an Italian restaurant there, too, at some point? First house we looked at out here was kind of up there. You know where the federal prison is, off like Bellevue? Yeah. We looked at a house out there like in '93. I bet that same house. That thing was probably about 100,000, 150,000. I bet that same house.
Here you go.
Hi, Tom Martino, your troubleshooter. 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. Solving problems, answering questions, taking complaints. Roland wants to talk about a car company, an exotic rental car company. Man, I think that is such a cool thing to do if you're ever in a city and you want to rent like a Lambo or something. But man, can they get expensive. Hey, man, what's going on, Roland? What's happening? Are you there, Roland?
We lost him.
Okay. By the way, on that garage door, she's not going to have a big problem. And I even looked it up. And again, the ideal situation would be for that door to stay open with the spring power, and then the garage door power opener, you know, the motor, closes the door. But it should be balanced between open and closed, and and the spring can be adjusted. So even if it was a strong spring, I think they were I don't think they were genuine with her, because they can adjust that spring to have less tension. Carol, as I was saying, you're back again, and I'm glad. You don't have to worry about that. Worst case scenario, you have to adjust the tension. But if I were you from now on, and I'm serious, Carol, I mean this, and this is a shameless plug for oneclearchoicedoors.com. All of their prices are on their website. You can go there right now and read about them. They're excellent people. I've known them for years. I've endorsed them for years. oneclearchoicedoors.com. If you have any more questions, you can hang on. Meanwhile, we'll take more calls coming up on the Troubleshooter Show.
Thank you.
All right.
Awesome.
Hey.
Yeah, well, not recourse, but we have no
Hey.
ammo. Hey.
You got the big D there with you today?
I don't have the big. I don't have the big anybody.
My name's Shannon.
It's Dee's day off.
It's Shannon. Yeah, I travel all the time.
I do okay.
I work for iHeart.
Shannon, good news.
Huh.
Walmart and Wiener Schnitzel are
Dude,
pairing
don't
up.
even.
Yeah, they
I
are.
heard
Do you see that?
today, and I almost cried.
We talked about you. I was like, Mark, Walnut
Yeah.
and Wiener Schnitzel. He's
Oh.
like, Shannon's going to love that.
Oh, I'm there. I want to be at the ribbon cutting.
They have Nathan's hot dogs at some of them right
I want
now.
to be at the ribbon cutting, not only for the in-Walmart Wiener Schnitzel,
The schnitzels.
but then for the restroom later.
So you're saying you love wieners? I get
Kinda,
it.
Yeah. No, yeah.
It all depends on who's partying.
It's
Let me
Pride
just say
Month. I
something.
love wieners.
Shannon is known as the Denver P. Diddy.
The Denver PD.
Hey, all you gotta say is Diddy, and I'd say I did.
He's got his own style of freak offs.
But he doesn't have a private jet, Tom.
I find though
he's got a van.
I got a van.
The price right and great.
And which is such a Diddy move.
Back off that a little bit because they have to compete.
If Diddy didn't have
with
a
the
van,
windows all tinfoiled up.
It's the ones that sit there and they get desperate and then they start taking the. That's the ones that's they end up hurting themselves. I think more doing it that way.
Hey John, what do you think realistically if we handed you a contract tonight or tomorrow morning? Realistically, I mean his looks so basic with his credit score and income.
Basic,
2 weeks?
20% down. Yeah, I can get it done.
Okay.
Because you're probably going to get an appraisal rate. Well, shit, there might not be enough info on Shattering, but yeah, but yes, I'm already I'm even now still compiling everything, been approved as a TBD they call it. And so when he does find a house, but yeah, 2 weeks we get it done.
Yeah, why didn't you get licensed there? Because I saw your license and all kinds
So
of.
funny thing. So I don't. It was Nebraska. It's one of those states, but I went. So it went yesterday to my license department. They said that they'll give me. I had to do a 2-hour class. So I did it last night, and they're going to give me a temporary authorization.
Oh, so you can do it?
Yeah, I don't.
Nice.
Yeah. So it's going to stay. Won't pop up for about 2 days, but I can work on the file.
So going forward, you can do it.
Yeah.
Cool. Is that real? That's what they are. Most states like that. You do the class and you're good.
Yeah.
At least within your organization.
Yeah, because we've already done the national testing. As long as you've done the national testing, then you do 20 hours.
Because they might be just a little different than somebody else. How about if you two wanted to get licensed in Wyoming? I mean, are you talking a 5-hour test, or are you talking what? What's that look like?
You have to take the state portion of their licensing requirements.
Yeah, but is that a big deal?
Depends on the hours.
Is it like a 5-hour test? What is it?
No, some of them are going to be hours. It's state dependent. I mean, each state's totally different.
Yeah, but if you had I guess what I'm saying is, if you had a big sale, like if someone's selling a $4 million house in Wyoming, it could very well be worth your while to go get licensed.
Oh, it could. Yeah.
Okay.
It would just depend on
just the economics.
Right, and what you'd have to do to test and. I mean, there'd definitely be some lag time there.
Oh, there is.
You'd have to go take the state test.
It's not like one day and you pass like
Oh, no, you'd have to take whatever their hour requirement is for their licensing for the state portion in each state.
What's it worth to you to help me get into a double wide in Thermopolis?
Depending on whatever their requirements are, they may mandate like another
Thermopolis
background
is great.
check and fingerprinting and the whole shebang. So.
Although I did have a sister-in-law
I bet if Elon Musk wanted to get
who had a fake family in
get
Thermopolis.
certified
Not
in
fake.
Wyoming, he'd be certified in 30 seconds.
She was married to my brother-in-law in Casper.
I mean,
but she ended up
in Montana for
marrying
sure.
This guy, I think, marrying this guy in Thermopolis at the same time, and she was living this dual life that we didn't know about. How great is that? And so every once in a while, when I think about Thermopolis, I'm like, I want a fake family in Thermopolis.
When Wiener Schnitzel opens up at Miles' store, I'll invite Shannon out.
I did have a lot of fun in Casper.
He would actually fit
shooting
in pretty
big
good up
guns.
Chadron.
But that mountain had it coming. Just outside of the city limits, you can shoot like a battleship cannon.
I don't know across the border. I flew in. Actually, I don't.
They have
I think
no
it's right
laws.
there.
It's awesome.
I think it's like at the border.
Oh, man, is that me?
How did you work out the Hilton stuff?
Good morning, Troubleshooter Show. Did you want to talk to Tom and the gang?
But you said they charged you in full and should have given you a night free and all that.
Well, I did a.
I don't have a lot of answers.
I got to look at it.
The path in life is
I might see a
proven, but
refund coming back.
let's see.
I thought I would already have a provisional credit, but I'll call up Hilton if.
Because I'm the idiot.
That's not the case.
So
I do not see
little to no knowledge or remarkable skills. May I hand
Are you
over
looking
to the
at the
show's
right
producer,
card?
Kelly, to get
The
you
Hilton
right
card?
correct?
the Hilton's Honors Amex.
Yeah.
But maybe it's just
Don't you bet? Don't run off.
Posted.
Oh, I see when he says everybody comes from the reservations. He's not kidding. Pine Ridge Reservation is like right there, and then Rosebud is right there.
All right. Okay.
It's like, I mean, it's at the border, man. It's about as at the border as it gets.
You got your to-do list
From
done.
South Dakota. It's like,
stuff I had to know.
I mean, I bet it's less than 20, 30 miles. In Dakotas, yeah.
This Boulder attacker had some USAID paperwork in his car.
I saw that. I don't know what it was. What does that even mean, USAID?
That's the thing that Doge went after. Where
No, I know that, but I'm like, what kind of paperwork? Like he worked there or something?
Or got money from them, or who knows?
That'd be weird as hell.
I ran into some tough ones like that.
Scotts Bluff National Monument. That's that weird looking. It looks like Castle Rock.
Cool.
I was told when I was
Not
doing
cool.
a run in Scotts Bluff through town, they were like, you can run, take this trail right to that monument.
Rosebud. Remember that town?
Yes.
It's just so unfortunate
Yeah.
that somebody would do that.
Are you talking about in Funny Farm?
Yeah, in Funny Farm. I love Funny Farm.
That's a great particular.
It's the best mailman ever. That's like Franktown's mailman, except it was a woman, and she was mean as hell.
Oh, yeah, she was
Joni.
You made her mean. You drove her to mean. She was mean as hell. She's like a 75-year-old lady named Joni. Poor lady.
She was horrible.
She got on the wrong side of Mark.
And
I never seen a male person just outright lie. I tried to deliver it. No, you don't. I got cameras everywhere. You weren't even on our property that day. You lying sack. Let me talk to your boss. Well, the dog food was too heavy. That's not my fault. You better learn to pick up some dog food.
She's 80.
Ripped off, bad news. You need advice so you don't have to lose. We'll come running just as fast as we can. Troubleshooter's gonna help the common man.
This is the Troubleshooter Show. Now, Tom Martino.
Hi, Tom Martino, your troubleshooter, 303-713-TALK, 303-713-8255. Here to help you any way we can. That's what we do each and every day I've been doing it for like 50 years, 45 in Denver, and we're here for you. Now, we have a number of issues that we've been talking about. This one, why is Dara back? Do we have the attorney up? Are we ready to get the attorney back on or excuse me, to get an attorney on to talk about this? I noticed Dara's up there with her son issue with the restraining order. Can you talk to me about that, Kachina?
We're getting Marco or one of his guys is going to be on very shortly.
Excellent. Thank you very much. Okay. So now Carol still has a question on her garage door.
And by the way, I wanted to say something on the garage door opener that we were talking to, what was her name? Caroline. So Don's garage door, if you've been around Denver, literally Don owned it forever. In fact, we did advertising for Don for years and years.
That's right.
That's now owned by a company. I'm not saying good, bad, or indifferent, but it's owned by, I think it's TMII, that owns a conglomeration of these things across the country. So you're not dealing with Don anymore whatsoever. You're dealing with this huge corporation that has literally locations across the country.
Yeah, and what Mark is referring to is private equity. And let me explain what that is. There's been a recent move, and I say recent, it's happened for the last 10 years, basically. But, financial companies that look for creative ways for investments, they go out into the market and look for ways to invest people's funds, right? Now, we got stocks, we got bonds, we got real estate, got all kinds of stuff, right? Well, years ago, people started putting together private equity funds. And really what that is a fund where you go out and buy active and running companies, and then you build them up and resell them. And a bunch of people, the guy that starts it, He gets pretty wealthy selling his company many times. And then that person who buys it sells it again. And then those people sell it again. And then normally what happens is it gets to the price point where it can't sell anymore for more because they've done all they can with it. And then they start breaking it up into smaller divisions. And private equity has been very big in HVAC companies mainly, or home services like plumbing, heating, cooling, electric, and drains. So they come in and take over a company. And as Mark said, he's not saying it's good, bad, or indifferent. It depends on the company. You can have really good private equity firms, and you can have really piss poor private equity firms that all they care about is, squeezing every dollar out and moving on. So it just depends.
Well, what I don't like about them, and this goes for any of them, I don't care if it's garage doors or anything. What happens sometimes is they'll come in and let's say they buy, 4 widget companies, and they keep the original names, Don's Widgets, Fred's Widgets, whatever. They own 4 of them, and they'll bid against each other. So you're dealing with the same exact company, but you think you're getting bids from 4 different companies. And I find that a little shady.
Now, Mark, that's actually true. Many of these companies have actually bought more than one brand and have kept the original brand rather than putting them under one brand. And when they do that and compete against each other, it can seem disingenuous because they're going to get a piece of the action no matter what. But just so you know, when they do come in and buy 2 companies, let's say a private equity firm comes into Denver and buys 2 different HVAC companies, and those 2 companies compete against each other. On a local level, the local managers are really competing with each other. They really are. Now, where it gets shady, as you put it, is that no matter who gets the job, the private equity firm benefits. But you're right. Many times they keep the private names, and then you have to go beyond that. Go ahead.
Like TMII Enterprises, locally, they own A1 Garage Door, Don's Garage Door, and I thought some other ones, but I'm not seeing it right here. So my point is, though, if you get an estimate from both of them, I mean, you're getting an estimate from the same people. I mean, to me, it's like if you had 2 football teams owned by the same owner.
Right.
Now, is that saying that the players are going to be crooked? No, not necessarily, but it's a little weird if you're a betting person and you're betting on a team and the other team is actually owned by the same people. It's a little bizarre.
Yeah. And private equity is basically getting into everything. They're getting into home improvements. They're into home services. They're into garage doors. Actually, you're going to see more and more private equity. And that is the dream of many of these companies. They start a plumbing company to sell. They start a garage door company to sell. That's what they're doing.
I want to ask, like the people in studio with us, John, when it comes to mortgages, CMG, you guys do like $2 billion a month plus. I mean, it's ridiculous the lending you guys do. Back in the day, like your first house, Tom, or my parents, not necessarily Suzanne and I's, but didn't you go to a bank? Like, when did brokers become a thing? When did that start happening?
You're right. Mortgages, and I'll let John weigh in on this, but mortgages were the bailiwick of banks. The bank had a mortgage department, and mortgage bankers did the loans. And then you had...
And I'm so ignorant on this, I'll tell you where my knowledge is coming from right now. The Beverly Hillbillies that I watched as a kid. They would go to the bank to talk to the banker about buying different homes and stuff.
Right. And then here's what happened. Here's what happened. The banks then either split off their mortgage divisions or companies started doing just mortgages. And then you had something else that happened, that the companies that invested in the mortgages did not want to service them. They did not want to collect payments. They did not want any part of the customer part of it. So they would sell off what's called the servicing arm. So you could sometimes have one company that loaned the money and another company that actually did the servicing. So, John.
And what's the benefit to that, John? Or Tom, what's the benefit to, like, why sell that off? Simply because you don't want to hire all these people or have that division within your company?
Because servicing.
You just don't want to be in that business.
Servicing is a hassle. John, explain how many of these servicing companies work. They can actually service loans for many, many, many investors.
Correct. The servicing for mortgage banks typically like to keep their servicing because, the repeat clients, the thing to them. But servicing is a monthly, it's a recurring income. And then when you get non-mortgage banks, which became big, I think, with the alternative financing came along, not just the 30-year or 15-year fixed anymore. That's when you saw these brokers come out. And then they did not have the ability to service loans, so they would sell off the servicing rights. And the servicing rights now become a big cash flow for non-bank brokers.
What does that mean, though? So if I'm a broker, Marc Mager, loan broker, and my understanding is someone comes to me for a loan, I go out and shop a company like CMG. I find different rates and find the best rates for my client. And when I go to underwriting, it's really not inside of my own company.
Right.
It's inside of one of these banks I'm
Right.
selling.
That is correct.
So here's what you have, Mark. You have Marc Mager.
Hold on, that's not my question. So I get that done, and then whatever bank owns that paper now, and then that bank says, well, we're not going to service it. So when they sell the servicing, they still hold the loan?
They still hold the note.
Yes.
So, yes.
They still hold the note, so the servicer pays them?
No, the servicer pays them yes, they pay them amount for that loan on how quick they think that loan will pay off or not. So like now with rates high, servicing's not as much because people, as soon as rates tick down, people are going to refinance.
Yeah, of course.
So servicing is not worth as much.
So
but when loans were at 3 or 4%,
right,
servicing was a big deal because it's going to stay with you for 7 years.
So, Mark, in
10
your
years.
scenario,
do you guys hold most of your servicing?
We do.
Okay.
We do sell some, but we hold most of our servicing.
But here's the point, Mark. Servicing can't change any part of the loan. All they do is service. So, for example, in your scenario, Marc Mager goes out and finds an underwriter. The underwriter pays Mark a fee for bringing them the loan. The underwriter then funds the loan. That underwriter could have a servicing department, or they could job it out. If they job out the servicing, then the main investment is still held by the banker or by the investor, and the servicing, they're paid for servicing it. And then that's really how it works. And many times the underwriter can find another servicing company. They don't have to stick with the same servicing company. So servicing a loan is very lucrative because they're not really outlaying the capital. They're simply taking care of it for someone. They're coming in to a rental property. And they're saying, for example, the rental property would be the investor. They own the property. The servicing company would be the management company, collecting the rent and taking care of it. And the real estate broker would be the loan broker who went out and found it. So you have in the mortgage industry, you have 3 levels. You have the selling of the loan, you have the underwriting of the loan, and you have the servicing of the loan. And CMG, I think, does all 3 of them. Many companies are big enough where they fund and they service their own loans. Right, John?
Yeah. That is correct, and that's where you got to be careful, because once companies start selling off their servicing rights, that usually means they're a little cash flow crunch, type thing. Because servicing, it does supply cash flow, large intensive employment, work. But
yeah,
that is right.
And so, and then there's mortgage securities, and that's where an investor buys a mortgage security, but they don't have any. That's it. All they know is that for this particular bond, they're going to get paid a certain amount of money, and then an underwriter will manage those and loan out the money, because very seldom do you have of one company that loans its own money. Many times they go to the open market and they sell bonds. So, John, with CMG, that's a big enough bank. They actually do loan their own money, right?
We loan our money, but then we do pull it together. For example, Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac are large buyers of the mortgage paper. But so you could have a 5% rate, 7% rate, but you sell 100 million of that paper at a weighted average. So the investor itself is buying a pool of loans.
Okay.
To do that.
Now, coming back, I want to talk to Craig, who's trying to help Ruth. That is a long story unto itself. Ruth, and supposedly Ruth is being taken advantage of by her daughter. The daughter said, I was just trying to help Ruth. And I remember Mark was heavily involved in that call and had some opinions. We'll come back to that, and we're going to figure out, is Ruth being taken advantage of? Is her daughter trying to rip her off? Or is her daughter trying to help Ruth? This is a really complicated situation. We'll talk about that and more coming up on the Troubleshooter Show. Waterpros.net. Listen to this. Get rid of those plastics. They're finding plastics now in wild caught fish in Colorado lakes and streams. That's how pervasive microplastics are. Get them out of your water with waterpros.net. $39.95 gets rid of all the plastic, the chlorine, the hardness, and gets you drinking water at the kitchen sink, your entire house. Get rid of forever chemicals. Waterpros.net. Getting your house ready to sell? Rely on the experience of Frank Duran, the realestateman.com.
Does your home need repairs prior to selling? I have the experience and great local connections to help you determine which items are
Tell Mark to
cost-effective.
become the banker.
Which simple, easy steps you can make to enhance your home's appeal. I'm with you every step of the way.
I'm consumer advocate Tom Martino, urging you to use Frank Duran, the realestateman.com with Remax Alliance, 303-920-16.
You fix it.
Hey, let's talk about the coming heat. It is coming because summertime is almost here. What you need to do is get your AC up and running effectively. If you haven't looked at it for a while, have it looked at for just $39, the Extreme Clean Tune and Check. The Extreme Clean Tune and Check, just $39 for new customers or people who haven't had it done. Fix It 24/7 wants to fix it and keep it running. Book here. FixMyHome.com. Book now. FixMyHome.com. Book now.
Book now.
No, I've got to ask you something. Everybody goes, hey, Mark, you talk about those annuities Joe and Jordan sell. I want a real life example. What happens if I take my old 401k or a part of it and actually put money in it? Can you give us a real life example?
Well, absolutely, Mark. We just had somebody here a week ago that came in and he wanted to roll over his 401k, and he has $500,000 in it, okay? But the numbers don't matter. I mean, you can have 100,000, 200,000. The annuities work the same way. The more money you put in, the higher the payout. But this person had $500,000 in a 401k that he rolled over.
How old was he?
Listen to this carefully. 62 years old.
Got it.
62 years old, okay? Now, the first year, his account was increased by $75,000.
The first year he went from $500,000 to $575,000 instantly.
Because of the bonus.
That's
that we
right.
give day one.
That's right.
Bonus. Okay. Now listen to this. And 5 years later, his projected account value is $693,000.
So almost $700,000 within a few years from $500,000. And there's no way that can go lower, right? There's no way to lose money. You can never lose principal in these.
No, but listen, if 10 years from now, he would have $1,044,000.
Joe, that's absolutely incredible, and there's no risk on the downside. It's guaranteed money. And I know this too, Joe. Once he decides to turn on that faucet and get that paycheck for his rest of his life, if he ever has health problems, the long-term care benefits double everything. People get real-life examples. Go to mymoneymyway.com. If you have the questions, for goodness sake, ask them. Hey, Joe, how much would I get if I'm 50 and put this much in? He's going to tell you, and it's guaranteed. mymoneymyway.com.
Well, because
Colorado
it's
payback.
a safety deposit box, we had to notarize.
Hey, Tommy.
Have his signature notarized on that.
We have $1,000 coming from the great Colorado payback.
Oh, really? What is it?
Well, the big one, I don't remember it, man. It must have been a horse bet or something I made, because it was turned over by a casino.
Huh.
An online casino that I just don't remember. I must have placed a bet I usually only bet like maybe the Super Bowl or football, but I must have placed a bet, thought I lost it, and actually won or something, because I just have I just don't remember it.
They want proof of Social Security numbers, so now I've got to get my Social Security card and your tax.
They make it so hard to get your money. It's like, I can see why people would just give up. I swear to God. You would never go through this for $12.
Yeah.
For $800, you're going to go through it. But literally, for $12, no one would go through these hoops.
The problem is, we still file our taxes under my maiden name, so I've got to go get my Social Security card that actually shows my name. So I can't submit this today. I didn't realize they needed that.
What a hassle.
Her name, the B word? Where I lived, like 15 years. We don't say the B word.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Yep, little document here from 2013 showing we lived in Castle Rock.
I would say, what do you think? I would say, why don't we say... does escrow even, putting something down, does that even matter when we're talking this close?
Earnest money you mean, or do you talk about?
Yeah, I'm saying, I'll transfer, that's what I'm asking. Should I transfer them $100,000 or it just don't matter?
I think you could just do the earnest money, whatever what do you say the minimum was, do you say?
I don't know.
Did they accept the offer or did they counter?
We haven't even, we're thinking of it right now. But John, you really don't see any issue.
All right, Tommy.
21 days is great, but...
At Blindster.com.
Hi, Tom Martino here, 303-713-8255. Welcome to the show. I got a text saying, Tom, love the analogies. Never really looked at the mortgage business before in this light. And really, it is like that. A mortgage business can be likened to the real estate business in that regard, in that when you go to a broker, that broker goes out and shops loans just like they're going out to find a house. And that broker is the one finding the house. The investor owns the house. And then, of course, the one who manages the rental is the management company or the servicing company. So with loans, you have an investor. You may not even know who your investor is. If you have a mortgage on your house, you don't really know who holds that mortgage. You just know where you make your payments. That's the servicing company. And then the investor could be just a series of investors who bought mortgage bonds, as John brought out. There are mortgage bonds that you go out and buy, and they pay very well, and they're very good income, and they're virtually no risk. Now, Craig is a friend of Ruth. Now, Mark, you had some pretty strong feelings about Ruth, and I believe that you thought Ruth was really not being genuine. Here's what happened.
Well, I tell you, I've been on every side of this story now because we've heard from both of them. Literally, I've been on every side. I find it so unfortunate that a mother and daughter are like fire and water. I find that the worst part of this.
It all started when a guy named Eduardo called and said, I did work on a house and I can't get paid. And then we looked into it. Supposedly, Eduardo was hired by Joanna. Joanna hired Eduardo to do a bunch of improvements on Ruth's house. Now, Joanna is Ruth's daughter. Joanna says, I needed to fix up the house for my mother. She was getting out of the hospital, and I needed to fix up the house for her. Ruth says, no. Joanna was trying to take over my house. She was doing these improvements for herself on my credit card without authorization, and then she moved into the house, and I couldn't get rid of her. So, Mark, is that basically the gist of it?
I believe so.
Okay. Now we have another perspective, and this is Dara. No, excuse me, not Dara. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Craig.
The contractor's the one that called here. So the contractor called up. I think it was Eduardo, and basically he said, "Hey, this I never got paid. We went in and we did all this work." And I simply never got paid. So that's what it all comes down to.
And then, of course,
the mother canceled the credit card that the daughter used to play Eduardo.
So right now, though, it's who's telling the truth. Was Ruth taken advantage of? Is Joanna trying to take over Ruth's house? Ruth says, I was just trying to help my mother out. And she says, and then it got deeper. Remember, Mark, where Ruth says, where Joanna says, Ruth's never been a mom to me for the last 50 years. She's terrible. I was only trying to help her.
Yep.
And now she's slapping me in the face. Craig, where do you fall in all of this, Craig?
Well, thank you so much for your time, Tom. I'm Ruth's close friend. We've been together for about 6 years, and I've been working with her through this scenario. And so I want to thank you very much for your time.
Yeah, we don't know where we stand on this right now. We don't know who's telling the truth.
Okay. Well, we can start out that Joanna, Matthew, and Jade, the three, moved into her home while she was still in the hospital. We have a letter from Woodbury and Yara representing Ruth. Attorney was Alex, Hume.
Listen, don't get into all that detail. Please don't get into all that detail. Just give us the general story. Is Joanna lying to us?
Absolutely.
So you think Joanna was trying to take the home from her mother?
Yes. We have evidence to that effect. And what had happened was Ruth's attorney sent Joanna a letter saying that Ruth was going through life-saving heart surgery. And in the meantime, Joanna said that she would take care of things. We didn't know exactly what that meant, but the time that Ruth was in the hospital, Joanna just went ahead, moved right in, took advantage, and hired Mr. Eduardo without even Ruth's consent, and started construction on the place, and used Ruth's charge cards to do such.
Let me ask you a question right now, Craig. I need to ask this. This is very important. Right now, the improvements have been done. And what I want to know is this. Where does it stand right now? Joanna, we understood from Joanna, she was going to back out of this, and she was just washing her hands of this. So why can't Ruth just live happily ever after in her home?
Well, the situation is Ruth's attorney had to serve an eviction notice against Joanna. And so Joanna took advantage of Ruth in the hospital.
I
and had her
understand that, but
sign
where
a
does it?
power
But
of
let's talk
attorney.
about today. That happened in the past. What's going on today?
Right. Okay, what's going on today is finally we got Ruth into her home, okay? She's in her home now, but she was not aware of, once she got into her home, she was aware of all this new construction that took place, and then later researched it with the Bank of America and First Bank and found out that Joanna was using her charge cards, and supposedly she was paying Eduardo with Ruth's charge cards without her permission. And we found statements to that effect.
I understand, but there
And
were
so
improvements
now
done to the home. It's not like she went out and bought cosmetics. I mean, she was using the card for the benefit of the home. So Ruth benefited from all of this. So that's why I'm asking, why are you calling today? Was there a new development? It seems to me Ruth is home, Ruth's house is improved, and Joanna is out of the picture. Is that not right?
No, Joanna is still in the picture because she has created this new demand notice with Bagley Law, who's representing Eduardo, and now what they're doing is they're charging again for the amount that was already taken out of Ruth's accounts.
How are they charging it again? To the credit card?
No, what had happened was they went through Bagley Law in...
Yeah, the credit card,
Anyway.
my understanding is the credit card sided with her. So the credit card company is now out of it. So she never ended up paying for it. The credit card company didn't pay for it. So how is this law firm getting paid? Explain that.
Well, they're putting a demand letter.
Oh, okay, big deal. I think they're already past the lien.
You see,
if
what
we
they're
didn't
trying
we
to
do that math,
Listen,
Tom?
here's what he's saying. After the charge card was contested and the charges were given back to Ruth, he's saying that Joanna and Eduardo are now coming after her again.
Yeah, I get that, but on what grounds? It's been over 4 months. I think it's too late to lien the property, and basically she never authorized any of the repairs. I mean, we can argue the betterment, or not betterment, but we can argue that the house is in better shape, but it's so weird. It's like some squatters broke in there and redid her basement and then try to leave her with the bill.
So here's what I'm asking you, caller, and I appreciate you calling, Craig, but here's what I'm asking you. Here's what I'm saying to you. There's nothing they can do to Ruth. There's nothing they can do. They lost their rights to put a lien on the property. This attorney is threatening to do what to Ruth?
Is threatening to take Ruth to court and say that you need to pay this bill for the construction in the home. It just wasn't the basement.
How much?
It was throughout the home.
How much?
We're looking about $27,000.
Oh my God! Wow.
Yeah, Ruth actually said 28,000.
What I'm really, Tom,
got it right.
Tom, what I'm curious about, let's pretend these are facts. One, they thought she was going to die, so they move into the house thinking they're going to get the house. Two, they use her credit card to do all these remodels so their kids and other people can live there and the bathroom works or whatever that looks like. And then three, the mother's fine. She's back home. She literally evicts them because they wouldn't leave. And I do believe that happened. And now they're trying to stick her with the bill when they stole her credit card to pay for it. So the question is, how do you think a judge would look at this?
Well, okay, I think that's going to be up for court grabs. I mean, I think that the daughter, Joanna, doesn't have a leg to stand on at this point. I don't see what this attorney thinks they can do. The problem is Ruth needs to defend herself. Otherwise, they might get a default judgment against her, and then that in itself can become a lien, Mark. Even though it's not a lien for the mechanic services, it can be a lien for money owed. Let me ask you something,
if there's a
Craig.
judgment there.
Does Ruth owe any money on this house? Does she have a loan on this house?
No, it's free and clear. And Ruth just handed me a text that Joanna
who cares?
sent to her, and this is important. It says, after yesterday's events, and you have openly admitted on my character on radio for the world to hear, you thought you had legal problems. What you didn't count on is actually knowing me. You think you have problems, wait till you, Tom Martino sees all the information. You might want to hide under the rock you crawled out of or cut the heads off of snakes. Wow. Your hand was played well, but your applications and
all right, I got to listen, you got to hold on. You got to hold on.
I bet Thanksgiving at that house is just the best.
All right, you hold on, though. We really have to seriously figure out what to do. I think we should try to get Joanna back on. She said she was gonna walk away from this, didn't she, Mark? Didn't she say she was basically washing her hands?
The whole thing is insane, but here's the bottom line. If they bring her to court, she's going to have a chance to defend. I'm not necessarily sure this woman owes anything, although I would say this to Craig, because apparently he's talking to Ruth right there. If literally the house has been brought up in value, $28,000 for this work, I don't know if I would even fight any of it.
Anyway, hang on. We got more coming up on the Troubleshooter Show.
Yep.
KHOW Denver, 630 KHOW, an iHeart radio station. Download the free iHeartRadio app for all your music, radio, and podcasts. Now, Impact Traffic.
This report is sponsored by Blindster.com.
All right, little wet roads up to the north and out to the west, although the east and south sides of town, looks like the roads are drying out quite a bit. Still seeing some light rain showers. I-25 south coming into downtown through Spear is still pretty sluggish. We do have a crash on the toll highway, E470. This is going to be the northbound side, up past I-76 before Highway 85, right in the area of Sable. We are looking at about a mile-long backup through that area. With traffic, I'm Jonathan Steele.
Blindster.com's Memorial Day Encore sale is your last chance to save up to 50% site-wide on custom blinds, shades, and shutters. Don't miss out on these incredible savings. These deals end June 5th. Shop now at Blindster.com.
All right. Retirement Planning Center of the Rockies are your coaches in retirement. You want to know what they can do for you, you can call and ask them because they don't require anything up front. They just want to talk to you. So you can ask, what can you do for me? And they help you through retirement. One of the things they help do is they help set you up for income, and they do deal with annuities as well as other financial products. Retirement Planning Center of the Rockies, 970-663-3211. Give them a call. They can also help you prepare for retirement, or if you're in retirement, coach you through retirement. They can help you pass on your business, sell your business. If you're in business, 970-663-3211, rpcenter.com. And speaking of investments, let's talk about Vestera Turnkey. This is the group that can help you become a landlord without the conventional risks and hassles. What Barry Miller and his team do is find homes in promising markets with upside equity potential, good rents, and they help you through buying, managing it from day-to-day operations, and selling it, all under one roof. Vestera Turnkey, mybigestreturn.com. Find out how to become a landlord without the conventional risks and hassles. mybigestreturn.com.
Excellent question. You got it. I will have them ask. Thank you, brother. Bye.
What is it, Shannon? What was it?
Have permits been pulled?
Oh, who cares? I know what they're saying, though.
But that won't matter if she
I don't think so. Considering they remodeled the whole house for $28,000.
And if you don't think Eduardo knows what he's doing, you're out of your mind.
Yeah, I have a feeling, I don't think many permits were pulled. Not to mention, they said the entire remodel took 40 days, if I recall. So they did the basement, a bathroom, and a bedroom in 40 days. Now, I'm not saying that's impossible, but with permits and inspections, I don't think I'm going out on a ledge saying that's impossible.
Did you guys pull the permit history on it?
No. No, they're all nuts. They're crazy, Stephanie. What are you talking normal shit for? There's heads and snakes at this point.
Apparently headless snakes.
I'll tell you this, she wants to sell that house, and we gave her your number. And the daughter wants to get a loan. She's got no income. I gave her yours.
Oh, God.
Perfect. And her mother's going to co-sign.
Oh, my goodness.
No.
And she just texted him the head of the snake. Love it. Uh-oh, what's breaking news now? You gotta say one thing about Trump. The man communicates. Whatever, I mean, he can talk. I have no idea when he sleeps.
Who, Trump?
Yeah, I mean, really, I have no idea. He never seems tired.
He was
He's
a little
superhuman.
tired on the Mideast trip one day.
Yeah,
and then
I know.
He came back and was 100% again.
He should have been the Pope as well. I think he could have split his time with no problem.
And take over Diddy's empire. Not the bad stuff.
Yeah. Boy, did they get mad when he reposted a picture of him as Pope Trump.
I love it.
He just knows how to push those buttons. I thought I was good at pushing buttons. Hey, Tom, am I good at pushing buttons?
Yeah.
All right. Coming back.
Hey, Dimitri.
Hi, Tom Martino, your troubleshooter, 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. So this mother-daughter thing has just got me, I don't know. You know, here's what we have found in the past, and I'm sure you're going to back me up on this, Mark. Nothing is ever as good or bad as people tell you, and there's always truth on each side and lies on each side. I don't think, we've ever heard something where a family is involved like this, where there's all truth or all fiction. Hey, Craig, I want to help Ruth, but I'm not sure there's much we can do. She's going to have to hire an attorney to defend herself. Who is actually coming after Ruth? Is it Joanna, her daughter, or the contractor? Who is actually coming after her?
It's both of them.
Well, it's just a demand letter. Listen, Tom, you know this. I can call up 1,000 attorneys right now and pay them whatever their hourly is and demand anything from anybody.
Okay. I'd just like to respond.
And on top of that, Craig, it's my understanding that the daughter is flat broke and lives in a car. Is there any validity to that?
No, there's no validity to that. She's living off of some relatives for free. We're not exactly sure where she is.
Well, do you think these relatives are going to pay $400 or $500 an hour for an attorney to go after $28,000, where it's going to cost them $50,000 just to even come close to that?
First of all, here's what I don't understand. Joanna Why would Joanna spend money to go after money for the contractor? This is all on Eduardo. I don't know what Joanna is going after, for God's sakes. There's nothing to go after. Joanna's out of the house. Ruth is in the house.
Well,
Ruth should just go about her merry business and forget about all this. Did they actually say they're filing a lawsuit? Have they filed a lawsuit or not?
Okay, they went through Bagley Law Firm out of Lakewood. They presented the demand letter. I talked to Ellen at Bagley, who's absolutely delightful, by the way, and she said that Ruth needs to hire an attorney.
That's probably good
to
advice.
talk to him again by June the 4th.
That's probably good.
Yeah, I think that's excellent.
Can you
advice.
send us a copy of that letter?
So what we're saying, sure, I'd be glad to do that.
Why don't you do it right now before we continue? Before we continue, maybe you should send us this letter. And Kachina or Mark, did we have a number for Joanna, the daughter?
We should, Tom.
What's that?
We should have a number for Joanna.
Yeah,
we called her last week.
Maybe we should try to get Joanna on again. Let's do that. Hold this for now. I mean, really, there's no sense rehashing it. Here's the bottom line. Ruth claims her daughter, Joanna, tried to steal her house. I mean, that's it in a nutshell. And we have more coming right up.
Well, according to her, the whole thing is nuts, man. I feel like we're running a Jerry Springer episode when this comes on.
Thank you.
Now, Impact Traffic.
This report is sponsored by Blindster.com.
All right, little wet roads up to the north and out to the west, although the east and south sides of town looks like the roads are drying out quite a bit. Still seeing some light rain showers. I-25 south coming into downtown through Spear is still pretty sluggish. And we do have a crash on the toll highway.
Been an awfully good show. I'm sure I'm going to miss you guys.
I-76 before Highway 85, right in the area of Sable.
Nice.
We are looking at about a mile long back.
Such a
area.
good boy.
Good traffic. I'm Jonathan Steele.
Blindster.
Weird.
Encore sale is your last chance to save up to 50% site-wide on custom blinds, shades, and shutters. Don't miss out on these incredible savings. These deals end June 5th. Shop now at Blindster.com.
Red Rocks Roof and Solar, with an emphasis on solar. They're the people that do not only the sales, but the installation and the service. There are very few companies that actually are in the solar business. Most of them are in the sales business, and they don't know anything about solar. That's not the case with Red Rocks. With Red Rocks, you can rest assured they know the business. If you're in a commercial operation, you can get a system paid for by the government, and they can tell you more about that. RedRocksRS.com, 303-704-2449, 704-2449. Joe Lazzara is a criminal defense attorney. We've been trying to get him on the phone to help us out because he's our expert, our go-to guy. And I'll tell you what you will like about Joe is he does free initial consultations. Then he does flat rate pricing on the offense. So you will know the price up front and you won't be nickeled and dimed. Lazzara, Joseph A. Lazzara, or Joe Lazzara. You can find him on referralist.com or call him 303-429-6200. 303-429-6200. Honesty is the hallmark of Sheridan Auto Tech. Boy, you can't say more than that, but you can. Value, knowledge, experience, longevity. What more can you ask for? They do light and heavy maintenance and repairs, including electrical repairs and used car checkouts before you buy them. For $120, they go through that used car like it's their own. SheridanAutotech.com, 303-455-7242.
There's one home, Stephanie, in the entire
some world-class
town.
Martino.
Now, I'm not
right
talking
there.
on the outskirts. There's old farm homes with 150 acres that cost more, but I mean just for
say it again.
Yeah.
Or in
Tom?
home.
Yes.
Yes.
Do you want Joanna?
Yes, for sure. But it's going to be, we're up against the clock, so let's get her for right after the noon.
Nice.
Okay.
Wah, wah, wah. I'll get Dragon to bump in with some Ennio Morricone, some spaghetti western music for this showdown.
Yeah, but Walmart will put him. He
A
won't
second
do-
one.
There's only one hotel in town he'll stay at.
Is he still working at the?
Who doesn't like a good mother-daughter situation?
They threw him a great going away. Congratulations on your first store.
Oh no! Boulder
They made a
flamethrower suspects, wife and children have been arrested by ICE.
Oops. His name's on every receipt now in the store.
Well, it's not her fault. Yeah, a little. Probably a little.
We literally, when I was out there, we walked in. He goes, "I gotta buy some." I'm like, "What?" I said, "Well, buy a bag of chips." So we grabbed some Doritos, and then he told me, "I'm gonna see." If
Now who you calling?
And it wasn't. But then the very next day,
But after the top. You caught that, right?
I really don't care.
No. Call her at... Okay, all right. Well, she's psychotic. Whatever.
Colorado. I just put in CO and mine starts coming up.
Think it's going to
You can't
take this
screenshot
easy to get a hold of her?
Nope.
I've got to walk my lazy ass into the office.
Those bastards won't let you screenshot it. I tried it. I forget why I tried it. Colorado. Hey, do you guys have the digital ID? It's really cool.
So just state of Colorado.
Yeah, so it's called My Colorado.
Yeah.
And so you go to digital ID, and here's how they tell with kids and stuff.
Yeah.
See the
All right,
No
nice.
voicemail set up.
Very smart.
And you can't duplicate that. But this is legal.
We don't have
Every
carpet
bar,
exchange
restaurant,
as
liquor store
responsible.
has to take this in Colorado.
I think so.
But
It was very
as soon as you
awkward the
leave
other day. I was
Colorado,
driving
it's not
past
valid
one.
anywhere.
That's a great name for a
I
lesbian
think they
strip
do,
club.
actually. Yeah. Full bar shop. There was
I see your
something.
point.
Someone else showed me something.
Thank
weird.
you.
My daughter.
Oh,
did.
yeah.
What was it?
If you have carpet.
That flower moves, and then if you do
Well, Gaza
Oh, that's
Strip's a great name for a wax,
the flower moves, like just.
a depilatory
Touch it, watch the 21.
wax salon.
Well,
Anyway.
Smart as hell.
You don't
'Cause if
have your
that's a-
digital ID
If
yet?
that's a
No.
picture.
I don't know.
Uh-oh. It's
No,
Dragon. Our last day of Dragon? No, next to last.
They're back.
No, this is it. You gotta
Just
have
so you
this
know.
happen. And you can't even screenshot it.
What is it
I'm
called
actually
again?
going to
My
Oh, my
on my
Colorado.
laptop
So it doesn't let you download.
so I don't have to see ya. See ya later.
It's literally like having an ID.
Uh,
Now, here's
there's
a
the
good
box
part.
down there
Lose
that
this.
feeds it. I was going to check it today, and then guess what? I didn't.
I had it back up
Oh,
about 3 weeks
we're coming back.
See what's trending now.
Hi, Tom Martino here, 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. Have you had enough of Ruth and her daughter and all of that saga? Well, I'm telling you, we're going to revisit it coming up in the next hour. We're going to get Joanna on again to give her side of the story. But basically, it's, and then we have a lot of real estate, believe it or not, some texts on real estate, on marketing and selling homes. Many people are being told to hold off, and they want to know, should they hold off? What is the story there? And then on mortgages in general, people want to know if they're going to move out of their home and they're going to rent it out. Should they get a non-owner occupied loan? Or if they're still in the home, should they get a regular loan and then just not say anything when they move out? John, what is the rule on that? If someone is going to refi now, let's say, and they're going to, and they need the cash out of that house to buy another one, but they plan on renting the one they're in, do they have to disclose that? What is the rule on non-owner occupied loans?
I mean, tough to call. I mean, you technically don't have to disclose it because they're still living there. It's still their primary residence. When you go to closing, you sign the 1003 or the application that states this is your primary residence. If their new purchase is going to go to the same place as their cash out, you know, that there's good chance that company's going to, or the underwriter's going to say, hey, you know, how are you buying this with that? And you're still saying you live there, you know, so it's
Is there a big difference in rate between an occupied and a non-owner occupied?
There is, and a lot of it is depending on the loan to value. And most of the time, people use their primary, they turn it into a rental. So typically, it's not a problem. You know, most primary residents end up becoming rental incomes.
Got more coming up.
It's the cash out.
Right now, we could all use some.
It's a tough line to say.
You got it all in, man.
Yeah.
She said, laughing gaily.
Oh, man, you're sick. You're a sick person.
Understood. You're sicker.
You're sick.
Understood. I understand that. Right. That's why we're trying to help you guys. We're trying to help that.
Listen to Kelly massage
I
Joanne
love
to
it.
get her
I
on.
love it. I love it. I love it.
Your mom said you're ugly. Well, your mom wears army boots. Oh, wait, you are my mom.
I completely understand your point of view.
Why did people used to say, your mom wears army boots? What does that mean?
Combat
Why
boots.
is that bad?
Mom wears combat boots?
Or combat boots, yeah.
Oh, Joanne hit go away button.
Oh, no.
Got hung up on. Oh, no.
Joanne left us.
Yep.
Combat boots. I need to know what this is all about now. It's a common insult. It means less femininity.
Did he have somebody on asking about that question on the last show?
Or actually, here's what it really means. After World War II, army boots were often sold in surplus stores. The insult would imply that your mother was so poor she had to wear surplus items. That actually makes sense.
Very thought-provoking.
Yeah. Your mom is so big, she's got her own zip code.
The moment jokes are terrible.
Then don't act like
Your mom is so dumb, she put a quarter in the parking meter and waited for a gumball. That's dumb.
I can't go number 2 anymore.
Your mom is so ugly, when she went to an ugly contest, they said, sorry, no professionals.
Oh, I have no idea. I don't watch news or anything. Yeah. That was the Boulder guy, though. I read about it.
Your mom is so fat.
Did he?
When
But
she
I read
wears a
about
yellow
him
shirt,
up in Boulder,
people
though. Is
yell,
that where that
taxi!
Nice, Mark. That's awesome. You're real mature.
Your mom is so stupid she sold her car for gas money.
Oh my God, that's good.
Collecting your funds, okay? Oh, let's see. How do I upload?
All right. Good luck.
Search.
You know who was funny about putting himself down was Rodney Dangerfield.
Oh, he was the best, man.
Okay, got it.
Self-degrading, he's just the best. I get no respect.
Taking 50% commission on this.
I thought I had it almost all the way down, and then they sent me.
Oh, so you entered everything, and then you got a... Oh, yeah. I'll keep you posted.
What was that on?
He's talking about the state of Colorado stuff that I'm working on.
I don't suppose anybody's got it around here. The poor little old ladies behind the counters just screamed. I thought it was so funny. Oh my gosh, me too!
Of course.
Yeah, take vacation and go do something fun.
Yeah. I'm using the troubleshooter add document. Drop file, okay? Alright, let's put all this.
Your mom is so fat she jumped up in the air and got stuck. King rat.
Brutal.
That is pretty good.
Oh, shoot. I forgot to have you sign it. Dang it. I got to rescan. Sign above mine here. Right here.
Your mama's so ugly she made an onion cry.
Right here. You are so immature.
Oh, that's funny as hell.
Now I gotta redo this one. Oh, this is a lot of work.
Yeah, that's a cool picture. Look at that, Mark. That's all them together from Rocky 3. That's cool.
Oh, yeah. Mr. T!
I love Mr. T.
Oh, I love the, what's the guy's name, the
You know
coach?
what? My,
Oh, Mickey.
Oh, and there's Apollo, right?
Yeah, yeah.
Rocky, oh yeah, and there's the other trainer, and what's his wife's name?
Adrian.
Adrian! That's a
My,
great photo. Where is that from?
cousin growing up, he
Facebook.
had cystic fibrosis, and so he got one of those Make-A-Wish
Yeah.
back in the 80s when the A-Team was real big, and he wanted to meet Mr. T and did.
Did he meet Mr. T?
Yeah,
Oh,
yeah.
I bet Mr. T was cool. Mr. T had a real nice side, although he came across really grouchy. You know?
Yeah.
If you ever get a chance to watch him on YouTube on the David Letterman show, it is funny. It's very awkward.
Somebody's heading
It's
for
the
the
second
plum
time he
shop.
goes on the show, not the first time, but the second time it's really an awkward show.
There's red
He was
pepper
in a
flake
bad
in
mood
there.
or something. Something wasn't going right. God bless you.
Thank you.
He leans back in the chair and breaks the chair, and just it's an awkward interview.
Now I've got to do this again. Okay, there it is. And, oh, okay, that is good. Save.
Your mama was so fat, when she went to a beach, a whale swam up and sung, "We are family."
Real mature.
The best mama jokes on the internet, huh?
I love them. Your mama's so dirty, she creeps out the muddy puddles. Your mama's so special, she's a limited edition. Your mama's so old, dinosaurs roamed her backyard. Your mama's so slow, it takes her 3 hours to watch 60 Minutes. Your mama's so...
Ripped off, bad news. You need advice so you don't have to lose. We'll come running just as fast as we can. Troubleshooter's gonna help the common man.
This is the Troubleshooter Show. Now, Tom Martino.
Hey, Tom Martino here. Welcome to the show. 303-713-TALK. 713-8255. This hour brought to you by Dan McKenzie, McKenzie Law. If you're looking for a will, probate, avoiding probate, how trust, anything to do with estate planning, McKenzie can take care of it for you. He's a great guy, and he has a boutique law firm, meaning person-to-person contact always. McKenzie Law. Dan McKenzie, 833-CO Plans. 833-CO Plans. Okay, now, I'm going to, are we going to get Joanna on, Kachina?
So I did speak with her. She no longer wishes to come on the show.
Okay, I'm going to.
And has basically referred us to her attorney.
No, of course she did. Here's the story. As the family feuds, Ruth said she went into the hospital and her opportunistic daughter tried to steal her house. She said her daughter, Joanna, moved in and proceeded to have improvements done. to fix up her little nest using Ruth's credit card without authorization. Joanna hired Eduardo. Eduardo did a bunch of work fixing up the house. Joanna had planned on taking over the house, says Ruth. But Ruth had an unexpected turn of events and got better. Instead of dying in the hospital, she returned home to find the house improved, but Joanna living there. She said she had to evict Joanna and her friends out of the house so she'd get her home back. And she stopped payment on all of the credit card charges. Now Eduardo wants to be paid. And Joanna is suing her mom. And that's where it stands right now. So what is going on? Who do you believe if you had to pick someone to believe? Mark, who do you believe?
I believe they're both a little off their rocker.
Okay. Bottom line is they're both a little weird. There's nothing we can do, Craig, to help in this situation. I think Ruth is going to have to hire an attorney to get this done. She's going to be sued. And if she doesn't hire an attorney, there will be a default judgment. She doesn't want that. That's where a judgment will be entered for 28 grand against her because that's what they're suing for. However, I do not believe that
I'm going to put a poll up.
Okay, good. I don't believe that she can just ignore this. But I also don't believe that Joanna and the contractor are working together. There's no way that a judge would I mean, why would they sue together? They're not even suing for the same thing. Joanna, she's not the one out any money. So, Craig, are you sure that letter, does the attorney say in that letter, and by the way, Kachina, did he send us that letter?
Mm-hmm.
Does that letter?
Hey,
not yet. We have
not yet. Hold on real quick. Craig, why don't you guys send us some pictures of the work that was done in the house, like the basement finish and the bathroom?
And also, does the letter say from the attorney that the attorney represents Eduardo and Joanna?
The letter just says that it represents Eduardo, but we believe that there's a relationship.
Yeah, but I don't care what you believe.
Relationship.
That's exactly what I thought. Eduardo wants to be paid.
Okay, well, here's something else too.
Joanna has nothing to do with that letter. Joanna's not suing her mom. Eduardo's suing to get paid.
Well, I think there's more to it in that. It looks like there's a kickback scheme. We've got evidence of that.
Wait, Craig. Hold on. I'm not letting people.
Okay.
I'm not letting people do diarrhea of the mouth. I want to know. You said a kickback scheme. Explain what that means and tell me the evidence you have. Go ahead.
Okay. Well, we've got Ruth went to Bank of America and First Bank, and we're finding out that there's money being paid to Eduardo, and it rolls right back around, and it's being reimbursed to Joanna.
Craig,
we've
hold on. Craig, where is the money being paid to Eduardo? From what account?
Was it originally from Visa and Bank of America, your account? Yeah.
So, Craig,
it's a checking account from First Bank.
Okay, hold on.
Yes, sir.
So you say that you can show transfers to Eduardo from Ruth. Is that correct?
From Eduardo
from
to
Ruth
Joanna.
To Eduardo.
Okay.
You just told me you can show.
Right, but it took.
Craig, follow me here, okay? It's not that difficult. You just said that you had evidence of a kickback scheme. You have no evidence of anything. You said there are payments coming out of Ruth's account and going back to Joanna. Prove that. Go ahead, prove it.
No, they're being funneled to Borgia. Excuse me, Eduardo. It's anyway. We've got evidence.
No, Craig. You said there was a kickback scheme. I am sick and tired of people running at the mouth without evidence. Now, Craig, a kickback scheme. You said payments were going from Ruth to Eduardo and then back to Joanna. I want to know, what evidence do you have that Eduardo is kicking back money to Joanna? What evidence do you have?
Okay, I don't have that specific sheet in front of me. I will find it when I'm working.
What evidence
Ruth.
would that be, though?
But
Tell me what evidence it would be, even if you don't have it in front of you. What evidence exists?
I'll put Ruth on here. Talk to him.
Hello?
Ruth, I want you to tell me what proof you have that Eduardo is kicking back money to Joanna.
Well, the bank statement.
What does the bank statement show?
What he was saying, that's exactly what it shows.
What does
money
it
running
show?
back and forth.
What does it show, Ruth? Does it show that Eduardo was writing checks to Joanna?
Well, that is Craig saying it. He is more professional in that line of work than I have ever been.
Okay. Let's let these people go. I've had about enough of it. Okay. I really had enough of this. This is ridiculous. This is totally ridiculous. And in fact, I don't think I've done this in a long time, but I think that basically they deserve the old
the dinger.
I blowed him up. I did. I blowed him up.
You suicided him.
I blew him up. Blowed him up. Listen, this is ridiculous. You know how many people call this show on a daily basis saying they have evidence of stuff and they have nothing? I'm just so tired of it. People imagine that they have things. What Ruth has here, this is what it's going to boil down to, really and truly. Eduardo did work on a home and did not get paid. Now, he lost his right to put a lien on the house. That's why he has an attorney writing to Ruth. But they're going to have a tough time collecting. Now, there is something called betterment, meaning, or it's also called quantum merit. You got value for something. You could be held responsible to pay for it. But that is really, really difficult, especially if Ruth was incapacitated in the hospital and did not give approval for the work. All right, let's switch our gears to real estate. We have a question here. Frank Duran, the real estate man, Stephanie Thomas, and we have questions on fix and flips. Question is, are there any buys out there for fix and flips, or is this a dying art right now? Right now, in this market, someone was
Tom, I run into them.
Go ahead.
Oh, I'm sorry. I run into them from time to time, but nowhere near what we saw back in 2008 through 2011. Not even close.
Because they're just too expensive, right?
Well, yeah, prices have gone up. And, of course, back then, Tom, you remember, we had around 27,000 homes on the market. Right now, I think we're sitting around 11 or 12,000. We just don't have the inventory which we had back in that time frame.
What is the average time on market in Denver?
So right now, for residential properties, we show it as 37 days. For single-family homes, it's 34 days. And for attached properties, it's 46 days.
How about price range? That's everything, but let's break down like under 700 and over 700. Is there a big difference, Frank?
Well, the average right now for residential, all residential, is 722, 790. The median's sitting around 607. But here's the funny part.
That's so amazing.
Oh my gosh! But single-family homes, not including attached properties, the average right now, according to DMARS, 804,115, 804,115.
Do you remember when if you were looking at
up.
if you were looking at a $700,000 home, you were looking at a mansion?
Oh my God! Our first home out here, Clark Farms, Parker, Colorado, 1993 or 4, brand new U.S. home, $110,000, brand new.
That's a car right now.
Tom, I remember when I sold my first home. This is way back in the early 90s. It was for around $250,000, and I thought I was selling a mansion. It was such a big house. That house today is worth over $1 million, but it to me was incredible to sell my first home, a $250,000 home.
Now, someone has a very big question I want to get to on commissions. They're very confused about lawsuits and about the Board of Realtors and about what they're reading. We'll talk about that and more coming up on the Troubleshooter Show. 303-713-8255.
You're great at protecting your personal info. You want to get both of those first? Use things like two-factor authentication and strong passwords, but as much as you try to control how your info's protected, places that also have it, and they may not be as careful. That's why LifeLock monitors hundreds of millions of data points a second for threats. If your identity's stolen, they'll fix it, guaranteed, or your money back. Save 40% your first year with my name Clay as the promo code at LifeLock.com. Terms apply.
You know, one of the biggest categories of complaints, home contractors, do-it-yourself, or not do-it-yourself, but home remodelers, improvements. You know what? That's why I love recommending Genesis Total Exteriors.com. And I'm going to add something, Genesis Total Exteriors and Interiors, because they do basements, baths, and kitchens. They also do mold detection remediation. They do windows, siding, doors, decks, painting. You can depend on Genesis Total Exteriors. I know Mark personally for 30 years. 303-679-8509, 679-8509. I also know Mitch Floria at The Art of Granite. Whether it's man-made materials or natural stone, Mitch can do it and give you prices on the phone right this minute. If you're looking for countertops, call The Art of Granite. Tear out and haul away is always free, and wholesale on all materials for countertops. 303-386-5919. Get your price today. 303-386-5919. theartofgranite.com.
You know, if you are sick and tired of painful foot neuropathy from either diabetes or any other nerve damage, I have to tell you about Denver Regen. These guys have a permanent restoration of nerves function with stem cells. It works. In fact, 9 out of 10 people it works for, and most patients report complete pain-free walking within 1 to 2 months. It's an easy office visit, a couple-hour procedures. You need to check these guys out if you're sick and tired of that pain in your feet. Please go to denverregen.com. That's denverregen.com. Dragon, do me a favor and send that to me.
Hey, John,
Wasn't that good?
Hey!
Oh, that's good to hear. What are you seeing as far as rates go? Low six to mid.
Hey, Frank, I'm sending you that cash letter. Okay.
Yeah. Awesome.
Boy, she's quick, isn't she?
Always stay below 7 people.
Do you have an email to send it to him?
Dead woman wakes up in her own coffin.
What?
That's why they used to put those bells.
Is her name Ruth?
That's actually on the K-House site. That's what it says.
Okay, now I need...
See if that letter's good. I'm sure it is. I don't have his email, do you?
No, but I can send this by text even.
Oh, cool.
Okay, let's see what else they need. It's all going to your email, so you'll have to keep me posted if you got something on these.
Got it. No, that's perfect, guys. That's what we need right there.
And if they tell me they need anything else, John,
Hey,
I'm going to lose my mind.
You let me know, because I thought I was almost done. Oh, my God. Yeah, we do have a lot of TBD buyers, though, that just
Not moving. Yeah.
I can't imagine what else we would need.
I've had some
I was talking
lower
about
purchase
our
price
claim
buyers that have fallen
for
essentially
Colorado.
out and
I was
waiting
just saying that's all
because
going to
not
your
finding
email.
it. You know,
So in
the
fact, I
numbers
wonder if you
in Colorado
get-
Springs are quite a bit less, even. Like, as far
Like,
as the median, it's
knowledge,
like mid
you know.
500s. But it's still, I mean,
even with the military being all that stuff.
I'm just going to make it into a capture.
things are just, you know, it really depends. Things are just
And he can
slow.
call her.
Well,
I don't know why he would.
I'll tell you what slowed things down most of anything is this tariff stuff.
Yeah, I've
People
had
are-
buyers.
People are just afraid to do anything.
I've had buyers that have literally stepped out of the market waiting until that's settled.
Miles, his loan, it'll be easy. It's just,
Walmart's easy to deal with, aren't they?
everything's verified through online and stuff. And yeah, they're.
Do you guys do a lot of loans for Walmart employees? I would.
Now, across the country, yeah.
Yeah, I would say they're biggest retailer in the world, probably.
Yeah, we do a lot. And so their verification income is easy. Like, so a lot of stuff will come through and I won't even need to ask.
I just sent it.
How does that work with bonuses in general, though? So your bonuses for the last 2 years get averages, and you can use that going forward?
Correct.
Okay.
You have to. It's a little tricky on, if you didn't make bonus, you gotta show a history of bonus to average it, even if it's 10,000, 100,000.
Yeah, you got it.
Now we have a separate
10 seconds, guys.
But then some, like,
Trajan Wealth, K-House Studios. Trajan Wealth, your trusted local fiduciary advisors. TrajanWealth.com.
Hi, Tom Martino here, 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. Renew Home Innovations will give you the most beautiful showers with porcelain walls. Think about that. Solid porcelain. They're made in veneer sheets that look beautiful with no maintenance whatsoever. They can do it in 2 or 3 days, and you have months to pay with no interest. Find out more about their financing options and their beautiful options for showers. That they convert that ugly shub, the shower tub combo, into a beautiful rectangle shower made for your movements. RenewHomeInnovations.com, 303-904-2000. So in the studio, we have John Clace with CMG Financial doing mortgages. We have Frank Duran, the real estate man, Stephanie Thomas with Stephanie Thomas RE or StephanieRE.com, Frank Duran, the real estate man.com. Hey, here's what we're asking. This person, and as well as I am, they're confused. They want to know what really changed with these lawsuits about commissions. They've heard all about the lawsuits. What exactly happened? Now, can anyone explain it in plain English, what the lawsuits were about and what changes, if any, or how does it stand as far as real estate commissions? I guess they feel like there was some price fixing. Can anyone explain it? I have to admit, I don't fully understand the exact nature of the lawsuits.
Yeah, what was the NAR settlement?
So, guys, this was a class action lawsuit in Missouri, and my understanding is it was an agent that had a home listed, and he told his seller he should probably reduce the price in order to get it moved. The seller says, look, if I have to drop it by X amount of money, then I want to lower the co-op you're offering to the broker. And my understanding is he told him that we're not allowed to do that once we've offered that commission. So that's where it had started. And I can tell you guys, in Colorado, we've always been very transparent. In fact, I would go as far as to say that Colorado's led the way with contracts. We've always been very transparent with what we offer. But the way it works now is in the MLS, where before we advertised what the co-op was, whatever that was. Now we're not allowed to do that. So what happens is when a buyer agent writes an offer, they will put in the offer what they're asking to be paid. That's a point of negotiation. And the seller may or may not agree to that. And to be honest, I've seen this all over the board. I saw one particular one where the seller offered a lesser co-op and the buyer covered the rest of their buyer agent's fee. So it could be negotiated that way. I've seen some sellers say, I don't want to pay any co-op, but there's pros and cons to that. Some of them say, look, I want all hands on board. Let's offer what we feel is a fair co-op to generate as much demand as we can.
And Frank, I want to go one step back. Let's talk about in general. You use the word co-op as if everyone knows it, and it's not your fault. A lot of us do this. So let's talk about this. First and foremost, when Frank or Stephanie sell a property for a buyer, for a seller, there is a commission that is paid. Now, that commission is not set by law. It is not set by anything. It is an open negotiation. So normally what used to happen, there would be a commission, let's say like 7%, right? So if you had a lawn sign and you were listing this property and advertising the property, and you met a buyer's agent there and they had a customer, would that commission, let's just take the very basics first, then we'll get into the nuances. When you had someone bring a buyer to you and that was a sale, was that 7% split 3.5 and 3.5?
It's ultimately would have been split what you agreed to your seller in the initial listing contract.
No, I understand
so that. Didn't have to be an even. It didn't have to be 3.5 and 3.5.
I'm talking about in general. Just in general, was it split 50-50 usually when a buyer came to you?
Like I was just saying, it's going to be split, but it wasn't necessarily a 50-50. It's ultimately whatever you guys decided. And I've seen it where listing agents might, have had a higher percentage due to marketing costs or something like that. But ultimately, it's what was what was agreed to in the Colorado contract.
Okay, so then when they split, whatever the split was, there was a split commission. Part of it went to the listing agent. Part of it went to the buying agent if there was a buying agent. Then when the buyer gets that commission, when the buyer's agent or broker gets that commission, it's up to them how they split it with their individual agent and all of that. That has nothing to do with a contract on the selling side. Isn't that true?
Correct. The buyer's agent would have an agreement with their brokerage on whatever their personal splits were. So that has nothing to do with the seller or the listing agent.
When we talk about co-op, what is co-op means when someone brings a buyer to you, the part that you pay them is called the co-op. Is that true?
We actually were calling it a co-op. That's actually been changed in our contract now. Co-op was just reference to having a cooperating broker come in, essentially the buyer's agent. So that's what it was referenced to.
Okay. So when you guys go and list a home, let's say you come to list my home right now, Frank or Stephanie. You list my home. In that contract, do you specify the amount of commission that you expect to get?
Most definitely, Tom. It's broken down, and we go through this where it's very easy to understand. It's very transparent.
Now, in that contract, would you say seller agrees to sell property for X amount of commission? Is that how it's written?
Basically, yes.
Okay. Now, let's just say you negotiate a 6% commission. So I know as a seller, I am going to pay 6% for my house to be sold. But I don't have any say in how that 6% is broken down. If you want to only give 1% to a co-op broker, that's up to you and that co-op broker. I don't really have anything to say about that, do I? Once my contract is written for a certain percentage, I don't really have any control over that, do I?
Well, Tom, here's the thing about it. I've seen sellers where they offer a co-op in the list, or the broker compensation. I said co-op, broker compensation, where all of a sudden you get an offer on the table, and that agent sometimes, if the deal gets competitive, I've seen them ask for less of a compensation than what the seller was willing to offer. So that becomes a point of negotiation, and I've seen many sellers say, gee, okay, that's good, we'll take that. So that's all just really a point of negotiation.
So there is no standard commission anymore. None.
Tom, there really never was. It's always been transparent. I think, and this is just my professional opinion, I believe in Missouri, they had contracts like we have in Colorado, I don't think that lawsuit would ever come into play.
So are you telling me that forever ago, contracts...
Then why did it affect here? Why did it affect anything here then?
It just affected all real estate, Mark. It just did. It just created such a big splash, and it became such a big class action lawsuit. It just got everybody involved. I just think more transparency would have prevented that.
I mean, Mark, it was so big that they had to pay millions and millions. The National Association of Realtors had to pay millions, $500 million, wasn't it, in damages?
It was huge, Tom. I don't know the exact amount. I just know it was huge. Some people had settled, others fought it further, but in the end, it was a big settlement.
So what you're saying is forever in Colorado, there was never a standard commission built into contracts ever.
It was always negotiable, Tom.
Break when you can, buddy.
And I did hear some sources on TV say no more this commission or that commission, and quite honestly, there was just never a set fee. It was always negotiable between the agent and their seller.
But weren't you frowned upon? I was told one time that if someone charged less than a certain commission, they were frowned upon by their colleagues. Did that used to be the case?
Wow, I've never felt that personally. What we've always been told is never try to price fix. You're not supposed to commission fix, which we stay away from.
In other words,
I dealt with a realtor in Slidell that did not show me a couple homes that I ended up finding on Zillow and sending over to her to show us. And the reason she didn't show them to me is the co-op was so little on them. And to me, that sucks.
Yeah, that really does. That does. Okay, we have more coming up on the Troubleshooter Show, 303-713-8255.
This is Denver's talk station with Michael Brown in the morning and Dan Kaplis in the afternoon. 630 KHOW, Denver. Now, Impact Traffic.
This report is sponsored by Blindster.com.
Yeah, we're still seeing a delay on the toll highway up to the northeast. It's E470 northbound lanes. It's going to be past I-76, just approaching Highway 85. We've had a couple of lanes blocked there as they kind of filter traffic to the shoulder, but it's been backed up for a couple of miles, so definite delays there. That's going to be the worst of it. Wet road conditions in some areas out here. The rest of the roads, not too bad. They're drying out a little bit. 270's running a little heavy. I-25 through downtown still a little sluggish, but no other problem spots. With traffic, I'm Jonathan Steele.
Blindster.com's Memorial Day Encore sale is your last chance to save up to 50% site-wide on custom blinds, shades, and shutters. Don't miss out on these incredible savings. These deals end June 5th. Shop now at Blindster.com.
The Smart Equity Loan, that is a loan you take out using some of the equity in your home to cover high-interest debt you may have gotten into. I'm partnering with AmericanFinancing.net to bring you a variety of these products that you can pick, one that'll fit you, including one done on just a bank statement. Now, if you get the Smart Equity loan, it allows you to pay off high interest debt and get that off your books. Then you can pay that part faster. You can pay it slower, or you can pay it any way you want. Here's the point. It gives you breathing room, it improves your credit, and it gets rid of high interest debt. Do it now while rates are where they are, because there is a big chasm between credit cards right now and these Smart Equity loans. You can save hundreds of dollars a month. AmericanFinancing.net, 303-695-7000, 695-7000.
You know, we can always negotiate with our client on that, but essentially we can't take more than that percentage. So that was something that is part of that, but it stipulates who can
Stop that.
Sounds like your pizza's there, Tom.
Not me. I
But
have it
says
all
in
hooked up.
there at that point, you know, who's paying it? People, it's like you're being informed up front, but that is Colorado. Not everywhere in the country had buyer's agency contracts even.
Sounds like that lawsuit is more because the real estate agent said, you can't lower it once I said it, which you could have lowered it.
Well, I think they could have gone in and probably amended and changed it in the MLS. But
Did you? Yeah. It looks like Etch-a-Sketch. It's kind of cool.
I think that was really, I mean, the biggest issue is now it's...
Oh.
Yeah, Mark, it's all over the board, buddy. You see these buyers that are first-time buyers, they don't have the money to pay their brokers a lot of times, but I've never seen a seller yet so far just turn down an offer as long as the offer's reasonable, you know. And sometimes they'll negotiate back. That's okay, back and forth. But
well, this guy we're dealing with now, Donnie, he's probably looking at 6% of that whole deal, huh?
I don't know. It depends on what he wrote in the listing.
I bet he is.
But he might also say that if he brings in the buyer himself or something, maybe it's a different rate. It's hard to say. That's another negotiable.
Because that could save them money then.
Yeah, that could.
Yeah. Take that right off the other people.
So even after the contract's signed, that's still negotiable.
Well, after the listing contract, but then you may get an offer and they're saying we want more or we want less for the same. And, you know,
that's up to the
seller. That's negotiable. Yeah.
See, that's what I like.
Yeah, not showing you houses because they're not paying as much. That's pretty shitty.
Oh, man, I couldn't believe it. And then she blew that one. We offered a cash deal close. It was ridiculous. I think it was closed in 8 days.
Okay.
We would fly out there. I already had people lined up that looked at other properties for me, so when I made the offer, I already knew I could have the inspection people in. The weird part was it had an elevator, so I even found someone to look at the elevator, because that's it's not that big of a difference down there. When you have homes up on stilts, a lot of them have elevators. And offered them $30,000 over, sight unseen, and somehow she blew it. And it turned out the couple went with another offer from a neighbor's kid. It took them 4.5 months to close, which was way longer. And ultimately, after the inspection, they got less than asking price. So, their own realtor screwed them too. You know these realtors, though, John. I mean, come on. We know what's going on.
You know, that's the sad part. Real estate people, if you watch ever a TV show or a movie with a realtor, they always make them scum of the earth.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
You ever notice that? They just don't give us a good...
There's a Richard Pryor movie that's old as hell called Moving.
With King Kong Bundy in it, wasn't it?
Maybe.
Wrestler, yeah.
But the family buys it. It's a beautiful house. It's got a swimming pool, blah, blah, blah. So they have to drive across country. Find
out what your case is worth. Call Fuller.com.
Denver's talk station. Online at khout.com.
Hi, Tom Martino here, 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. What's on your mind today? How can we help you? We ask that each and every day. So getting back to some real estate related texts. This one, somebody wants to know if they're listing a home, what are some of the improvements? They heard me say one time, and I went back and tried to find what I said about this, that there are some improvements that would be better left to the new owners and their imagination than trying to fulfill their dreams or their wishes. In other words, before you list a home, what improvements would you do? Now, I have one that I think personally I would do, and I want you guys to weigh in on this since you have way more experience showing homes. But I have always felt when you walk into a home and you see ugly, terrible, worn or stained carpets, they're terrible, or hardwood floors that are really chewed up or not looking good. I think floors, in my opinion, are important. Guys, what do you think? If you had to pick improvements to do before listing a home, what would you say they are?
I would definitely say floors for sure. I would also say kitchens are a big deal to people, but the floors, you walk in and that carpet's stained or trashed, either price it to accommodate that somehow or, do something to the buyer's eye. Because I'll tell you, these buyers today in this market, they tend to be more price sensitive because the interest rates are higher and costs are higher. And then they go in the house, they're calculating, gee, I'm going to have to do this too. So if you can get it more prepared for the buyer's eye, I think in the end, in most price segments, depending on the area, you'll get bigger bang for your buck that way.
But if you try to price it lower, let's say the flooring's $5,000. I mean, that's still, when someone walks in and looks at that property, it still looks like hell. So, I mean, even if that $5,000's priced in, I would say mentally that doesn't help because the property looks like crap.
Well, good point, because I had one I sold in Denver where it looked like the Brady Bunch house. You stepped in a time warp. Carpet was green, everything was green, nothing was done.
Sunk down living room.
Oh my gosh. And the house across the street put a little over $100,000 in upgrades for about the same size home right across the street. We priced ours as is, got a bidding war. The difference by the time we closed was about $64,000 difference from the one that put $100,000. So we actually did better net profit by doing nothing, selling as is.
We had our bathroom people on last week, Tom, and they said that bathrooms, if they're priced right by Renew Home Innovations or Discount Bath, some of our people, even Genesis, but if it's priced right, which those guys are, you get about 80% in value out of that bathroom or the kitchen, they said.
What are some of the things? What are some of the things that don't pay off? I would say that floor coverings and paint always pay off. Because when you walk in and there's that fresh look of paint and or wallpaper or a fresh look of a new carpet or really clean, nice carpets or hardwoods or laminates, I think they pay off. What do you think doesn't pay off?
I think some of the the tech improvements that people do aren't necessarily as visible to a buyer, and a lot of times the buyers don't really see value in that. Like when they have over-improved, like smart home innovation, things like that, some buyers might be savvy to that and really see and appreciate, but I don't think, all of our buyers see that. I think for the most part, they see that cosmetic. So exactly what you just said, I was going to suggest, a fresh coat of paint is always a really positive thing you can do in a home.
How about empty or furnished? What's generally better? If you had to choose as a realtor and you're representing the seller, would you rather see that house completely empty, ready to move in, no furniture, just ready to go? Or would you rather see it staged with whatever furniture they had?
I think at least a light stage really does help to benefit a property. So rather than having it completely empty, doing, what I call my light stage, where you go through and you accent some of the main areas of the home, maybe your living room, the primary bedroom, a couple accents in the kitchen, the bathrooms, just things that kind of warm the pictures up, because that does make it a lot more attractive to a buyer.
God, I think I'd rather just look at a big empty house when I'm looking at a house.
You know what? I like seeing furniture because it's hard for me to imagine how much room would I have if the couch was here or the bed was here. And I think that helps people a lot when they stage, lightly staged. I think too much clutter, when I walk into a house and it looks like completely lived in and too much, that's terrible. I mean, it's terrible. I went to a house one time where the guy's toiletries were still on the sink from that morning, him getting ready. And that turned me off completely. I swear to God, it just has a psychological effect on you. So I think there's a delicate balance between being totally vacant and being somewhat lived in so your imagination can take it from there. Anyway, we have to take another break. I'm Tom Martino, 303-713-8255.
Now, Impact Traffic.
This report is sponsored by Blindster.com.
Starting on the far northeast end of town, E470 northbound. We've got a crash in the right lane after Sable Boulevard. 3 cars involved with stop and go back from I-76. Otherwise, a calm start to this Tuesday afternoon. I-25 north and southbound showing intended speeds through town. I-70 east and westbound flowing free to and from DIA. No complaints 225 through Aurora and the Tech Center. With traffic, I'm Mark Swan.
Blindster.com's Memorial Day Encore sale is your last chance to save up to 50% site-wide on custom blinds, shades, and shutters. Don't miss out on these incredible savings. These deals end June 5th. Shop now at Blindster.com.
And if you are looking for solar, I can't emphasize this enough. Red Rocks Roof and Solar is a company that not only sells solar, they help you with the tax credits and financing and deductions. They also they do the installation completely and they service the system. It is a complete solar company. That's what you want. I am so tired of these charlatans going from door to door and they leave you high and dry. Red Rocks is the complete solar company. 303-704-2449. 704-2449. RedRocksRS.com. Joe Lazara is a criminal defense attorney. I've said it before. I'll say it again. I hope you never need him. Joe is there for you when you do need him. He'll give you free initial consultations and answer all of your questions about a charge you may be facing. Then, if you hire him, there is flat rate pricing, one price for the entire case. I love that because you're not nickeled and dimed every time you talk to him or every time you have to appear in court or all of the associated hassles that come with a case. Joe Lazara, making it simple and personal. 303-429-6200. That's Lazara, L-A-Z-Z-A-R-A, 429-6200. One of the best run companies I've ever seen ever. Excel Roofing. They don't take a cent until you're content. They have a project manager on each and every job. They start and finish the job. They don't piecemeal it. And you never pay a dime until they're done. They don't even have penalty clauses in their contracts in case you change your mind. They don't believe in keeping people hostage. They believe in serving their customers. Excel Roofing as in excellent. EXCEL, excelroofing.com, 303-761-6400.
Yeah, I mean, good sore. Not like...
Frank Down have a yoga studio?
No, Parker does. That's where I go on the weekends, is Parker mostly. And then if we're home for the day during the week, that's where I go. And Parker is a franchise. It's the only franchise left. So they can do things a little different sometimes.
So I heard those guys who started it were from Cherry Creek High School.
That started Core Power?
Yeah.
It wouldn't surprise me.
Yeah.
That's cool.
I heard that a long time ago.
Doing.
How long you been at Remax? You do Remax your whole career?
The first 6 years, no. So let's see. 24 years Remax. First 6 years Metro Brokers. Yeah.
I love it. Chop, you're so funny. Suze would never allow Mark to get a plaid. Yeah, like I'm telling Mark what he can and can't do. That's about like him telling me what I can and can't do. Chop, come on. I don't give a hoot if he wants a plaid.
My first broker was this mean, scary lady. Oh, man, she was scary. And I was young, and I was very, very green. And I was very nervous when I would talk to her. And I remember I was leaving, and I had one of those hard-shell briefcases. I closed my briefcase, got half her plant stuck in there. I walked out, and the thing was sticking out of my briefcase.
Come on, get out of there.
I would do this. It was horrible. And she just stares at me.
When is that new Model S plaid coming out?
Mark.
What?
What's the new Model S plaid coming out? Tommy's asking.
Oh, hopefully first quarter.
Oh,
520-mile range.
You mean it's not until next year?
520 mile.
I love my new
Yeah.
X.
Track package.
This thing's so cool.
And then the Roadster, baby. Oh, my God. The Roadster with this Space X package.
How much is it going to cost?
I am probably
$1
a half.
million.
It's probably going to be $500,000.
Right.
10 seconds, guys.
The Right Way.
I listen to Dan Caplis.
With Dan Caplis. Afternoons at 4 on 630 KHAL.
Hi, Tom Martino, your troubleshooter. Okay, they want, this one texter wants you to weigh in on staging. They said that one of the things they notice that people neglect is staging the outside of the house. And I think that's a really good observation, guys. Think about that.
I think, Tom, it depends on the property, and I think on certain properties that makes a huge difference. Overall, I think if you take good care of your yard and have good curb appeal, that makes a difference, but I think it just depends on the property.
Here's what this person said. They love when they're going to the front door and they see the front area or borders or welcoming plants, maybe flowers, and it just gives an overall feeling of care before you even open the door. I think I got to give that a lot. That's a really thoughtful text. I agree with that. Stephanie, what do you think?
I think first impressions make a huge amount of difference. I also agree as far as actually staging the exterior. I've only had one home where we actually, fully staged it, and that was a higher end property. And the backyard left a little bit to be desired at that particular point. So we actually had like outdoor furniture brought in and really kind of helped the buyer see what they could do with that space. So, I mean, we did on that property, but it is very property specific. It's not one that we typically, do a lot. But that, first impression walking up to the door, I absolutely agree.
And especially when living space is a feature of the house, showing an outdoor kitchen or outdoor property, outdoor furniture, and maybe even a dining table or you know what I mean, a picnic table or whatever you call it outside. I think that's really important. A lot of people put a lot of stock in outdoor living in Colorado. Anyway,
how about just looking at the yard and see if it's manicured right? Because I'll tell you, I've learned a lot about people looking at their yard. You walk up to somebody and they got a couch in the front yard, there's a good chance that house wasn't taken care of. I'm not kidding. Or if they got weeds everywhere. I mean, really, someone's yard tells a lot about how they take care of their property.
Exactly.
I agree, Mark. On some of our properties, if it's vacant, I have a lawn guy that I send up there from time to time to just cut the lawn.
Just for that reason.
Absolutely. That makes a big difference.
Anyway, this is Frank Duran, the realestateman.com. We also have Stephanie Thomas, StephanieRE.com. And we have more coming up.
We clean carpets to look good.
All right, this next hour will go fast, guys. We'll talk a lot of real
What water issue in your house? Did you have a flood or?
I hate when they leave wheels on the house.
Okay.
You can't loan.
What is your name?
Can you loan on a trailer that's on a foundation or no?
All right, Tony, hang on for me.
There's guidelines that have to be affixed. You can't pick them up.
So if it's, how about if it's titled though? No.
Certain tags, like manufactured homes. Yeah.
Do you guys have a division that does them or no?
No, mostly manufactured homes.
They own that space. Yeah, because who else would want it?
Yeah, we don't even have policies for that.
Are you saying mobile when they're still on wheels?
No, we can't.
Right, that's what you guys are talking about then. Yeah.
I'm surprised manufactured, not even manufactured, but even these steel-built homes seem to be becoming a little bit more popular.
Mm-hmm. Like the barn dominiums and whatnot.
Do you do properties with leasehold for like the land?
Depends.
If they're a permanently affixed on a foundation.
9-year leasehold,
Yeah.
Like Hawaii, that's all Hawaii's properties are.
Yeah, where they have the long-term leasehold like that.
Chopper and his smart ass. I just
What about
I timed his ass
I've
out.
got
You
one
better
listed
watch it.
right
I'll take
now
your wrench away so
that,
quick you'll wish you had a
is a
screwdriver.
What did he say that was so smart?
I think they said it's like a 50.
I own 5 good years.
Because it exceeds the mortgage, essentially.
I've flown 3,000 hours in a helicopter. Who's that, Chopper?
Yeah, it's a long term. So it's it's interesting because I didn't have an issue in that community ever, and then lately I've heard a couple lenders say they can't lend out there because of the lease. Yeah. Well, and the reason being was the community themselves. I was told by one of my lenders they have a application that they want to secondary approve their buyers outside of the mortgage. So just kind of like as part of their rental, they.
I'm Chopper. I've flown 3,000 miles in a helicopter.
Real mature.
Yeah, I know. Can you believe him?
Well, it's all kind of wrapped up into one payment. So the HOA.
I'm going to take away his wrench and give him a fucking nail filer.
Yeah. That's interesting because, like I said, I've never, had an issue.
Yeah, you don't see it that often in Colorado.
Chop's
They're
great
not
because
they're not as
he
popular.
not only can dish it out, but he knows how
it's
to
one
take
of those
it.
things which is.
I flew 3,000 hours in a helicopter. I was a cop.
He was a
And it's
pilot.
over 1,500
so
square
there's
feet,
that.
Grade 2, permanently fixed, beautiful shows, awesome. But then you've got a $750 month leasehold payment.
I'm going to give.
So that
Hey, Kelly,
all of a
can you
sudden
hear
you're
me?
talking to a different buyer pool.
Can you please do me a favor? Get Ruth, what was her daughter's name?
Joanna.
Get Ruth and Joanna's phone. Call them up and give them Chopper's personal address, phone number, cell phone number, and anything we else have on Chopper. It doesn't matter what it is, please. And tell him that he decided he will help. The woman can move in with them. I mean, really, whatever they want.
Chopper,
We'll just
you really
leave it
got
at
Mark
that.
fired up.
What did Chopper do?
Well, just don't worry about what he
Making
did.
fun of Mark. That's what he's doing.
Who am I? I flew 3,000 hours in a helicopter. I was a cop. So it'll all be fun and games
Chopper's
when
on
Ruth
the
shows up
chopping
at his
block.
house.
Chopper's on the chopping block, isn't he?
Yes. How long does it take a helicopter pilot to tell you they've flown 3,000 hours? 1 second. I can see the conversation now. Hey, it's a beautiful day. What can we get you to eat today, sir? Oh, it's a good day for flying my helicopter because I fly helicopters. I've flown over 3,000 miles for the Denver PD. My name's Chopper. Thank you.
Choppity chop chop.
You know what? I bet Dave H. somehow took over
Poor
Chopper.
Dave H. Woo! He really pissed Mark off. Woo! Nice one, Dave H.
I told you, I find out where that guy works, I'm going down to his fucking
Wow.
work. This guy tried to heckle me on the air. I said I'm going to find his ass when he's fucking his day off. I'm going to go down and heckle him.
Someone living in my head for rent free. Let's talk about Dave H. living in Mark's head for rent free.
My wife bought me a Hulk Hogan action figure.
Oh, one of the originals?
Yeah, I guess. It was not an original. It's like a.
Put it next to your Stretch Armstrong?
I think remember Stretch Armstrong?
Of course. All we would do as kids was try to
and the bad guys
break them.
Oh, they were awesome.
Do you guys remember
the
Evil Knievel? You could rev up.
I remember that too. Man.
And then you hit the button and the motorcycle would take off.
Wow. Must be nice to have toys when you're a kid.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I know.
Memorial Day
Her family gave her like a rock.
When every girl had a Cabbage Patch doll, I had one that was made for me.
Yeah, her aunt made her.
The
A Cabbage Patch.
Oh man.
That's like Eddie Murphy wanting the McDonald's hamburger. All I got's a house burger.
Who else gonna work the board?
I used to cut the on this. Remember, you get the Sunday paper. I used to cut the toys out of there, like Hulk, the Incredible Hulk, or something like that.
Yeah.
And I play with the papers. Is that funny?
We were so broke we ate Monopoly pieces. Oh, that is funny. This isn't funny, but one time her parents gave her whatever gifts, and they forgot to give something to one of her brothers, so they made her return her gift so they could buy him something.
Yep.
That's brutal.
Yeah.
Ooh, here you go. Oh, wow, snap. I'm sorry.
And I was like 13.
Oh, I'm sorry.
So, yeah.
Oh, man.
Had to give that hair crimper back.
So now on her birthdays, I do the same thing just to bring back those memories.
Mark spoils me rotten, not gonna lie.
Here's a beautiful new necklace. Oh, wait. Damn it. I was getting that new Tesla next month. Got to give that necklace back.
I used to always want a real championship belt, and I used to make them out of foil. So now my nowadays age, I bought me real championship belts just because for therapy. Yes, for therapy.
Mm-hmm. you ever used to put the mask on and all that stuff?
Not the mask. I just always wanted a champion belt.
10 seconds, guys.
So I got me a real.
Ryan has strong opinions, and I like that.
Dan Caplis.
And Caplis, he keeps fighting the good fight.
On Denver's talk station.
The station I keep it on.
630 KHOW.
Ripped off, bad news. You need advice so you don't have to lose. We'll come running just as fast as we can. Troubleshooter's gonna help the common man.
This is the Troubleshooter Show. Now, Tom Martino.
Welcome to the only show of its kind. We're here to solve problems, answer questions, take complaints. We're here to educate you. We're here to make your life a little bit better. We got a list of people at Referral List that can help you across every aspect of your life, from contractors to realtors to money guys like John in studio with us. We have it all. Great attorneys as well. So any problem you have, even if your daughter has been fighting with you and you're a mother for 50 years. We had that call today. What a horrible call. Can you imagine a daughter and mother fighting to that degree for so long? I find that just horrible. But we get involved in everything is my point. We've got 3 lines open, 303-713-8255, 303 Martino. John Clayson studio with me, partnerinlending.com. He works for CMG Financial. These guys talk about loaning a lot of money. I was so impressed, John. you and I were talking. I said, is it safe to say over $2 billion? You guys had a month in 2024. It was almost $3 billion in 1 month. But was more impressive about CMG Financial, all the other direct lenders, I don't even call you direct lenders, all the other mortgage lenders, companies like you guys, were actually on a down angle. And somehow you guys were on an up angle. And I think it's because some of the loan products you guys offer that nobody else has, like the all-in-one loan. I mean, really, that product is very unique to CMG only, isn't it?
It is. It's definitely because of our loan products, because CMG, and that's where a lot of people were on decline, left their companies to come work for CMG. And the all-in-one is a big reason. It's a fantastic loan.
Frank Duran with FrankDuranHomes.com, and then Stephanie Thomas, StephanieRE.com. Do you guys know what the all-in-one loan is? You ever heard of it?
I've heard of it. I don't know that any of my clients have taken advantage of that.
It's a very unique product. Suzanne and I have it on our house. So let's just take a round number. Let's say $1 million. You got a $1 million piece of property. 80% of value would be $800,000. So if you could afford to buy that house outright, just buy it for $1 million, have no mortgage on it, with this product, you would have a line of credit of 80% or $800,000 for 30 years on that property that you could use for whatever you want. And that's what makes it great. It actually makes you a cash buyer for anything.
It does, and it's a simple interest. I mean, as we know, amortized interest on 30 years. I mean, we've all bought a house and looked at that amortization schedule.
Oh, it's
and
crazy.
You're basically paying the bank their interest, which is almost what the house
John,
costs.
Why do they do it that way? When in the United States did we start doing interest where the first half of the loan you're paying the majority of the interest, then it goes down? Because most people, and correct me if I'm wrong, will never stay in a 30-year mortgage. I mean, I'm guessing maybe 5% of people have a 30-year mortgage and literally pay it off in 30 years, and they paid all the interest up front. Most people probably refi or sell and move, upsize, downsize within 15 years, meaning they paid almost all the mortgage on a 30-year product in the first 15 years.
The crazy thing is, if you look at a schedule, you do not start paying more principal than interest till about 12 or 13 years into it.
Yeah, it's crazy.
On your payments. And it really, so back in the 1930s, Great Depression is where they created
because they wanted to stretch out the buying power.
Lower payment, lower monthly payment.
Everything was a payment.
It wasn't about. Crazy thing is, most people refinance within 3 to 5 to 7 years, even now. And refinance is expensive.
Can you imagine if you refied when you're 20 years into a 30-year mortgage and started over again? You would literally kill yourself, and I don't care what the interest rate was. If you looked at how much you paid in interest over X amount of years, it would be insane. But with that all-in-one loan, the other thing that's interesting, not only is it simple interest, whatever the interest is what you pay that month, but then it's offset by whatever you have in the bank.
Yes, most people carry most of their money into a checking account just waiting to be spent. What the all-in-one does, it makes it more efficient. It sweeps it every night. It goes against the balance, and you only pay interest on what your balance is.
So if you have $100,000 out in this 30-year line of credit, let's say you went out and bought a boat and a car, whatever you bought, who cares? Or you remodeled your house on it. So if you have maybe a small business, or if you have a savings account like you're talking about, and there's 100,000 in all these checking accounts and savings accounts, it offsets what you owe literally on that line of credit. So you would have zero interest owed, zero mortgage payment that month.
In fact, a lot of people call it the offset mortgage because, yes, that's exactly what it does. And I like to say, it's the last loan you'll ever need on that house. You don't need to go refinance every 5 years.
No, because the money's there.
The money's there, and it adjusts as market adjusts, and the money, you're paying it down so quick. And you're literally principal first.
Yeah, and Frank, principal first. And Frank, the other thing that's interesting is if someone falls on hard times, let's say they get fired or something horrible happens, the line of credit eats itself. So in other words, you don't even have to make a mortgage payment. It basically just accumulates, almost like a reverse mortgage in a weird way.
Almost like a reverse mortgage in a weird way, that which reverse is great. But you're right; it's almost a reverse mortgage before you can you're age enough to qualify for a reverse mortgage.
Before you can qualify,
yeah.
And just having a 30-year line of credit. Think about that. Like when we go out, when Suzanne and I go out, we've been looking for homes like a not a beach home necessarily, but we're looking for a waterfront home. What the line of credit does, it gives us literally the ability to be a cash buyer. So I can walk in there and literally write a check for whatever house, and then I could turn around and get this product even on a secondary house, not on an investment property, right?
Yes, we do do it on investment properties.
You do it.
We're limited to 75% loan to value, but we're doing it on investment properties.
So not only could you do like a mountain house or a ski thing or whatever you want here, but you could actually go out and do it on an investment house that you rent out.
We do. It's a product we come out
so
with.
if you had enough money, let's say you got $500,000, John, and that $500,000 you want to go buy a rental somewhere. I don't care where it is. You guys also loan in every state. So let's say you find a great investment in Kentucky, and you basically buy a house in Kentucky. You pay cash for it. You take this loan out on it. Now you've got a line of credit for roughly $380,000, whatever 80 or 75% is. So you have access to all that equity in the house while you're cash flowing with the tenant in the house.
Yeah, you're staying liquid. And that's most people, like, if you make an extra payment to a regular mortgage, a 30-year fix or 15-year fix, you only make a little bit. You don't pay
small debt
because you can't get that money back out. If you lose your job and you can't make a payment, guess what? They're going to tell you, tough luck. Sell your house.
No, it's an incredible product.
Now with the all-in-one loan, you can actually make the payments out of the line of credit that you've already built up.
And we'll take any questions on that. And the other thing, we'll talk about reverse mortgages, because if you've been thinking about them, there is nobody better out there than CMG. I'll explain why in a minute. Tony, thank you for holding. What's going on with this shower?
So, Mark, I don't know if you remember, but a month or two ago, I called you guys and said, the glass installer said I shouldn't take long showers because the steam will cause the tile to buckle, and I said I just spent $50,000 on it, and Tom said, "Oh my God, you got ripped off," and then you said, "No, that's blah 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 blah." I don't know if you remember that call.
I don't, but go ahead and update me. So, but hold on, Tony, you got a shower. When did you have it built or remodeled? When was it?
It was finished 4 or 5 months ago.
All right, so let's just say January of this year or February of this year.
Actually, no, that's not correct. We couldn't actually start using it until about 2 months ago. So it was finished, but because of other construction issues, we couldn't use it until about 2 months ago.
Okay, so fine, but let's say it's finished in March. I don't care. We'll just pick a month now.
Yeah,
what's going on with it right now, and who is the contractor?
Well, the contractor is somebody good, and they're standing behind it. I don't want to mention it on air right now, just because there's no point in.
Well, if they're so good, explain something to me, Tony. If they're so good, why is there a leak that we're dealing with now?
I didn't say that they were so. I didn't say that. I said they're standing behind what's going on, and
cool.
So here's the reason why I called. I just found out last night that the shower behind the tile wall of the shower has been leaking this whole time. I had no idea.
And they replaced all of that. They didn't come in and just put an insert in, right?
No, it's new wall, new concrete wall, new tile, new everything. It's not an insert, no.
Okay.
It's a heavy reconstruction.
And what is it? Is it tile, porcelain? What is it?
It's ceramic tile.
Okay. So behind it, I assume, what do you know what is behind it that's actually leaking?
Yeah, the plumbing fixture, either at the 90 or...
Well, I mean, usually there's some kind of moisture, backer board, like a cement board or something. I guess what I'm getting to is, did they use the proper material?
Yes, it's got cement backer board.
Okay.
They ripped out all my walls that were going to be wet and put in cement backer board.
So the problem with the leak is there's something on one of the fixtures. Is it the shower head? Is it just the line's running to it, but there's definitely a leak somewhere.
It's leaking behind the wall, so I don't know which component exactly.
All right, hold on a second. 303-713-8255. We do got a couple lines open, Tony. I promise I'll come directly back to you right after this. 303 Martino. You know, I love when I have a spot block and I've used every single person on it. And I really mean this. I'm going to talk about that for a second. I want you to call up some of these sports guys or call up some of these political guys and say, hey, big man, did you actually ever use that company? I think you're going to be shocked by some of the answers. But when it comes to personal injury, I have used John Fuller. Suzanne and I have used John Fuller twice. And both times, he got us 100% cap. He got us every cent the at-fault driver had in insurance. Every cent. Then he negotiated the ambulance and the chiropractor bills down and put more money in our pocket, and you deal with John Fuller. You don't deal with all these paralegals or other attorneys. Sure, he's got a great staff that helps out, but when you want to talk to John, you talk to John. Give him a call, 303-597-4500, 303-597-4500, or check him out at, what is his email? It's Fuller...
Personal Injury...
PersonalInjuryCO.com. Thank you, Suzanne. PersonalInjuryCO.com. Fix It 24/7. Another great company that I have used. If you have an estimate for a new air conditioner right now, do not go with it. You want to call up Fix It 24/7 for a free second opinion. They'll come out, and I'm hoping, and generally they can, they're going to beat the price on that system. Or if it's a very expensive repair, you know, they have a plumbing department. They do sewer lines. They do HVAC, drain cleaning. They do electrical. These guys do it all now. They have that free second opinion. Take advantage of it. If they can't beat the price, well, they can't beat it. But generally they can. FixMyHome.com. That's FixMyHome.com. The roof on our house right now was put on by Excel Roofing. Jay has owned this company for so long. Henry, his son, is now on board. These guys are killing it. One of the largest, if not the largest roofer in Colorado. You don't pay a cent until you're content. They have hail-proof roofs. They can upgrade you to a hail-proof shingle. They can do anything you need when it comes to roofing. And I love the way they operate. If you change your mind and they haven't started the roof or delivered materials, they'll let you out of the contract. How many companies will do that? Colorado Springs to Fort Collins, XLRoofing.com, where you don't pay a cent until you're content. XLRoofing.com. Top Taco Fest.
I know, the last time we went to that.
It was kind of a rip-off.
I got in trouble.
Yeah, they
yeah?
instead of having beers,
not like
everything's
I broke the law or
tequila.
anything, Frank. I just probably had more than I could.
Oh, no.
I was helping her out.
You were helping, huh?
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh, it's a little different than beer. When you're taking those little sips of tequila, that's you get carried away pretty fast.
Are you serious? It's pretty strong, huh?
But the taco stuff was good. Mark and I have discovered barbacoa. Barbacoa, anything is good.
Yeah.
It's like marinated beef. I don't even know if I'm saying it right.
It's a
Am I saying it
deep-fried
right?
taco that's delicious.
Yeah, but the barbacoa, you can get a barbacoa steak, you can get barbacoa tacos.
It's the marination.
I guess. It's the style of meat.
You guys ever go to Los Dos?
They just opened that one on Colorado. I haven't been there yet.
They're good, man. They just opened one in Castle Rock, like, I don't know, last 6 months.
Well, we usually go to the Parker one, but now we go to the Castle Rock one.
It's not as good as Jack in the Box, though.
Ha, Jack in the Box.
Tom's loving Jack in the Box.
Taco John's.
Taco John's. I remember when Jack in the Box had a problem with, what's that called that kills you?
E. coli.
I forget what it was. But it shut them down in Colorado in the 90s, and they all came back.
Heard that, that La Loma they've been building forever over here? I heard.
I don't think it'll open.
My somebody who told me yesterday it did open. Oh, my hair girl said the La Loma and Parker did open.
Oh, Parker's been open.
Oh.
They're building around in Bellevue, but I guess the couple's getting divorced.
Someone told us something like that. I don't like La Loma.
No,
Yeah.
They charge $89 for one fajita.
89.
Holy moly. Mark is you're exaggerating big time.
Well, it was pretty damn close.
If I really want to annoy him, guess where I go? For
No,
lunch.
you don't. You have not been there since that. It was $60 for fajitas for two. Fajitas.
He was so pissed.
Fajitas.
So delicious. I love La Loma.
You would think we were at Del Frisco's.
I don't know that we've ever eaten it.
So good stuff.
Yeah.
Well, you better call John up before you go there. You got to take some cash out.
Get a second mortgage to eat there.
And what do you need the money for? Oh, we're going to La Loma.
For dinner. That's a really nice dinner.
You guys been to Casa Bonita since it's been reopened?
Yes.
Last May.
Yes. You didn't like it, or you liked it? It's horrible.
It's like worse than cafeteria.
They
What about
changed up
you?
the
Did
food,
you
yeah.
like it, Frank?
I like the Puppet Show. Puppet Show.
Fiduciary Advisors, TrajanWealth.com. Denver's talk station, 630 KHOW.
All right, 303-713-8255. 303 Martino, get your calls in. Tony got a shower done. It was basically ready to start using in March. He found out it's leaking, and something's leaking behind the wall. So, Tony, how can we help you?
My only question is that it's been leaking. I found out this morning how badly for a long time.
Where are you
several
seeing it
months,
leak?
In the basement, which
Yeah.
is unfinished, thank goodness.
Yeah.
But I thought the water was caused by something else.
Like what?
Which is a
just
whole
out of
other
out of curiosity, if it's above where the shower was just done, where else would it come from?
So, some time ago, I called you guys and I said, man, my copper pipes are leaking.
Got it.
And they're wearing out and I have to replace them.
Oh yeah.
Well, I did. I replaced all my hot water copper and that solved the big problem. Now, and then I thought, well, oh my God, my cold water copper is now.
But it wasn't. It had something to do with the bathroom remodel. So when you call up the
That's
contractor, and I mean, where are you at with the contractor?
They're on top of it. They're going to take care of me.
Okay.
It's a big company. I am not worried about that at all. The only thing I'm concerned about is this has been soaking my subfloor, my OSB subfloor for months now. Every day, twice a day, me and my wife take a shower, one each. So it's been leaking water into my subfloor.
Well, I would say the contractor needs to fix that subfloor if it needs to be fixed.
How do I know if it needs to be fixed?
I don't know. Call somebody like Genesis Total Exteriors, or call one of our bathroom people would even come out and tell you if it needs to be redone. But, I mean, once again, the contractor you're using, they'll probably know.
Okay, well, I'm going to see what they're coming out tomorrow, and
Yeah, just make sure they fix it right. The other thing you can do, once they fix the leak, then it's going to dry up. Once it dries up, then you can use just even a moisture gun and figure out if they did repair the leak, if it's not leaking anymore. And I don't know even just going to straight particle board, I don't know how wet it's got to get over time in order not to be valuable at all anymore, not to do its job. So, I mean, really, that would be a question for your contractor, or seriously, call one of our bathroom guys and ask them, is it something you can see? I would also make that contractor basically go up through the drywall and the ceiling maybe and figure out if it's rotted out from the water damage.
Yeah, okay. Well, listen, I appreciate that. The only thing I have to say is that there's no reason not to name the contractor other than I don't want them to get a bad name because they have done a good job for me.
Well, it sounds like they're doing everything they're supposed to be doing. I don't even know what I could say bad about them. It seems like they're doing everything. I mean, you'll know a lot more when they come out, but if you do run into a position with them where you're afraid they're not repairing what they should be, make sure you call back up.
I will. The only thing I was going to add is that this contractor advertises heavily on your radio station.
Oh, okay. Well, I mean, that could be 100 different contractors.
Yeah.
Do I do spots for them?
So, I don't think so.
Okay. Well, that's that. I appreciate it, Tony. 303-713-8255. Hey, you said the average home Frank Duran in Denver's over 700,000 now, average.
Yeah, the most recent DMAR report, Mark, for detached properties, average closed price, and this was for the month of April, 804,115.
Oh, 800.
Yeah, 804.
John, what is your average? He's saying the average, okay, not median. The average home closed at 804,000 Denver Metro. Is that right?
That's what, yeah, for
and
April.
that's Denver Metro MLS. I mean, where are these numbers from?
Now, March, that was from the Denver Metro Association of Realtors. Now, the month before the average was 779,036.
What is the average loan you guys are seeing?
Well, I would say, but I mean, I'd say our average, when we talk averages, is probably 550, 600.
Yeah, because there's a lot of upper properties around here.
Yeah.
How about median? 455?
Yeah, loan side. No, I'd say loan. We're up above that now. I mean,
it's just the way it is.
Yeah, it's these guys will unless you and the condos aren't selling very good right now, and those are the lower price.
You know what's amazing, and both of you know this. My son's buying a house out in Nebraska. Now, granted, it's not a big city, but it's in Nebraska. What they have out there, it would blow your mind away. I mean, a home built with a beautiful 1 acre lot, something built in the last 15 years, basement fully finished. I mean, just nice, a nice house, a custom house. I mean, you're talking 400,000. I mean, out here, one of the homes he's looking at with the lot that he's got and just the immaculate grass and the flowers and the garden and the shed and just everything. I mean, you're talking $800,000 to $1 million. Isn't that just mind-blowing what has happened in Colorado?
It's phenomenal. And, it's funny to me. I have a number of my sellers that say they're moving out of state for various reasons. And they tell me they're able to get sometimes double, triple the price for what they have out here. It's incredible to me to even hear that.
It's crazy.
We do a lot. I mean, Kansas City, North Carolina. I mean, we look at appraisals all day from all over the country. And Denver's insane.
Which ones do you like? Name a state, because you're looking at these appraisals all around the country. And by the way, John Clace with CMG is who I'm talking to, and Frank Duran and Stephanie Thomas. But John, CMG Financial does loans in every state. I mean, they're literally the lender, $2 billion plus. They're going to beat anything out there. But because you're looking at stuff all across the country, John, what do you see that blows you away? Where the average loan might be $300,000 compared to $600, or
Missouri. I mean, even Missouri. It's I'm
what's an average loan there? Just
average loan $275.
Oh my God.
$250. Yeah. We're seeing North Carolina's a little bit higher, maybe $350 for. But now when you go to Arizona, you're saying the same thing. Phoenix, you see the same thing as here.
It's just going, it's astronomical.
But there's a lot of Kansas City. I mean, beautiful.
How about Vegas? Is that a big one?
Vegas, I mean, it's it's up there, but they do a lot of building. They have a lot of spreads.
How about Florida?
Florida, I mean, you crazy. Florida is nice. It's starting to come down, though. Be crazy. And then
why is it coming down, do you think?
I think a lot of it has to do with the building. A lot of people, Florida property tax, the transfer taxes and the property taxes.
Oh, it's crazy.
Colorado, we're kind of lucky in that sense.
So we were looking at
property taxes.
For my parents, I'm helping them with their trust. And just when you redeed something, a beneficiary's deed, that's where they nail you.
They do.
You don't have income tax, but when it comes to property, forget about it.
Yep.
Just to, a quick claim, it could be $10,000.
Correct. $10,000 for a transfer tax.
For a transfer, even if the people aren't moving, it's just done for a trust or it's done for something.
Right.
Total ripoff there.
Yeah.
But Texas does the same thing.
Texas does. Most of these where the state incomes,
they make it up somewhere else.
Yeah, Wyoming's still good because as far as property and stuff like that. But Colorado, we're pretty lucky with property taxes as of right now. We're seeing them go up. And then I don't know if you've seen this lately, but I've heard the insurance is starting to go crazy around here.
It's nuts.
Insurance has been tough, and
nuts.
And with some of our condo buyers, that's been a challenge. Yeah, because with HOA fees, and then if there's, God forbid, there being a special assessment.
John, imagine this. Imagine your HOA fees, your insurance costs more monthly than your payment.
So weird. Stephanie was just talking about down in, she has a property in Colorado Springs.
That's like that, Steph?
Well, we were discussing my one listing I have where it's in a neighborhood where they have a leasehold interest.
Oh, yeah.
Essentially.
Like a 100-year lease.
Yeah, you're long-term renting the land that your home is on, and that payment.
How challenging is that to sell?
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely more difficult because when you look at the property and it's this amazing house listed at, under $250.
But you don't own the land.
You don't own the land.
It's crazy.
So your taxes are lower, so there is a little bit of offset
Can
there.
you guys loan on something like that?
On a leasehold with over 50 years, we would. But like she said...
That's how airports do a lot of hangars.
There's a $750 HOA payment on that property, and your $200,000 property. I mean, that's pretty crazy.
Well, it's
and
not
then
just
you
your
add
HOA,
insurance,
though.
and it's just like I said. You're literally your PMI. The highest part of it is the day. It's not even the interest. That's crazy. All right, 303-713-8255. Everybody, hold tight.
But the property, I've heard just everybody's telling about the property insurance. Right?
Denver's tax station.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, Sheridan Auto Tech.
We're second highest behind California in insurance claims. And,
Claims?
Yeah.
Well, it's like we just got our renewal. It's ridiculous. Like, stupid ridiculous.
Oh, it's absurd.
Yeah.
It's absurd. Just property taxes are insane.
Just because of hail, I guess, here, or what?
Yeah.
And the fires.
Yeah.
We,
Where they live,
we're up
fires.
about 58% since 2018. Insurance, yeah.
I mean, our premium has gone up to like I think $7,000 for the year.
That's why when buyers buy, they don't want to see a mess. Oh, I got to replace the carpet. They're thinking of all those costs plus that. So
it's so much.
Either price it aggressive where you can get
Sheridan Auto Tech, Uncle Kevin. Maybe you just need a place that'll do the oil changes and do the cooling system flushes, the tire rotations, the alignments. You get it. The normal maintenance we all do on our cars. Well, that's Sheridan Auto Tech. Maybe you need a place that knows how to diagnose your car properly when there's a problem. Well, that's Sheridan Auto Tech. Maybe you need a place that can put a used engine in, or repair your transmission, or figure out an electrical problem no one else can. Well, that's Sheridan Auto Tech as well. These guys are great. Love Uncle Kevin. The warranty is unbelievable. 3-year, 36,000-mile, nationwide warranty. SheridanAutoTech.com. That's SheridanAutoTech.com.
Did you sell your Goodyears too?
Yeah, I can't go number 2 anymore.
No, I sold 3 to Colorado land. You'll see them around town. They're everywhere. What's weird is when I go through Nebraska, it's Nebraska land. So the one right over here, you know where Micro Center is, that was mine. Then I had Kipling and Jewel I sold to a store manager. I own that property. And then the one in Castle Rock I sold to Colorado Land. The one in Littleton to Colorado Land. And then I kept the one in Peoria for a few years and then sold that like in 15 to a guy that ultimately ran it into the ground, but he made money on the building. So he did okay. Although he's dead, isn't he?
He died.
Raging alcoholic. So as soon as I sold that last one, I didn't know what we were going to do. I was like, I couldn't retire. I couldn't sit around. There's no way. So we took a 3-week vacation with the kids and brought them to Punta Cana. And while I'm there, I kept getting calls from my employees going, Greg is drunk. And it'd be 7 in the morning. And the guy's passed out in his truck with like a bottle of booze hanging out of his hand. Like the worst thing you can imagine. This was that guy.
Can you imagine just...
And he blew...
I like beer, but man...
I don't
want to be in
He pulled $500,000 out of his 401k. $500,000 out of his 401k and then took a loan out. And then I loaned him the rest of the money personally on the property, just backed by the property. I was making... I'll tell you what was the best loan I ever did. We were making 10%. I was making $10,000 a month, interest-only loan. He never touched the principal, which was fine with me.
Sold the building, paid you off. Good.
Yep. Then
sold
he sold
it to marijuana people.
Sold it to a group of people that it's 20,000 square foot building. So it's a bakery where they make marijuana cakes and that kind of crap, candy, drinks, and then it's a grow. And then it's a joint place where they put in whatever it's called, shake, and then like cigarettes, these joints come out. Frank knows what I'm talking about. You got one of those joint machines, right?
You know, just on hand all the time.
Steph, the Brewfest Castle Rock one, it's on Mikey's birthday, I think, the 13th. Isn't that his birthday?
No, his birthday's the 2nd.
The 2nd, pardon me. Okay. Then it must be his parents. I think his parents got married on the 13th then.
So September 13th?
It's September 13th. We don't have tickets to it yet because we don't. We just.
We don't.
Not sure when we're going to be out of town anymore.
I'm hoping we're in the Maldives or somewhere.
That'd be amazing.
I got a buttload of Hilton points and shit. We were looking the other day. We literally have millions.
Oh, cool.
Millions.
He's a point hoarder.
I am. I'm to the point where I don't like using them.
You did use them for my trip to Tulsa for my uncle's funeral.
Yeah.
Didn't you?
Yep. We'll be able to take like a solid year off on Amex points.
Let's do it.
You're one of those that looks, I get a better price if I pay cash. So.
Yeah,
that's
right,
exactly right.
And then he's going to die with a bazillion points that the kids won't inherit.
First of all, when it comes to Hilton, I'm not talking, it happens to be an Amex card, but Hilton points, you want to use them at like a Waldorf. You get the biggest bang for your bucks. There's places that are $2,000 or $3,000 a night, or at like 110,000 points. That's where you make up all your money on Hilton. Or you spend $40,000 on a freaking, the $150 room. That makes no sense. So you end up always paying, building more points, and then using the points on the big expensive shit.
Broker. Some restrictions apply.
Need a new roof? Call Excel Roofing, 303-761-6400.
All right, 303-713-8255. Reverse mortgages, John. I have no idea why they seem to be getting more and more popular. In fact, Frank and Steph, do you guys ever sell homes where it's a new purchase on a reverse mortgage? A lot of people don't even realize they can do that.
Yeah, from time to time. Not a lot, but
like
but I
downsizing or...
Yeah, or sometimes just selling to regroup or to move out of state.
Yeah. John, you guys do a ton of reverse mortgages.
We do, and people are, the property value has gone up so much that it's a good avenue for people to purchase purchase homes with it because, the values have gone up so much. But we do the reverse mortgages. It's a wide range now. I mean, in Colorado, you can actually do some proprietary reverse mortgages down to age 55, which people don't realize.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, we have some products. You have to have some equity in the house, but that's why if people are looking and they didn't think they'd qualify, they should call because
they might be able to qualify.
A lot of proprietary products.
And here's what I like about you. Now, reverse mortgages, and correct me if I'm wrong, the government sets limits on what you can make or what anybody can make on a reverse mortgage.
On the HECM products, yes, you're right. The FHA-backed government ones.
Yeah, so on the FHA government-backed ones, you can only make so much. The funny part is, though, a lot of companies make exactly that much.
Yeah.
You guys actually compete. I'm not saying the other companies are doing anything illegal, but they're maxing out what the government allows them to do on these mortgage-backed loans or on these FHA-backed loans, where you guys will actually save them money. A lot of people think that, if I get a reverse mortgage, it doesn't matter if I get it from him or Fonzie on TV or the heart-to-heart guy on late night. It doesn't matter where I get him. It's all the same. That's not true.
Not true. The origination fee, the mortgage insurance is true. That's set. But the fees that the lenders can charge, no, that doesn't have to be the max.
And how long are you guys? And you guys chime in, Frank. I mean, Steph, chime in on all these conversations. But how long does it typically take to close? And I don't mean, I understand because I've been self-employed and own my own businesses. There was a period in our life where it took a while for us to get approved on a mortgage just because you've got to show everything in the world. Sometimes people that are self-employed, their tax returns don't necessarily, and there's a lot of people listening know exactly what I'm talking about, the tax returns don't literally show what they make. But banks like you guys have ways of collecting enough data to see where the numbers really are.
We do. We can use assets. We can use banks. A lot of different ways to qualify an income.
A lot of ways. Now, but my question is, on a traditional, like a W-2 employee, someone that works for Walmart, like my son, someone that works for United Airlines, somebody that works on W-2, which is very provable income. You don't have to prove expenses and all this stuff. I mean, is it crazy to think, long as the income is there, meaning they qualify for that size loan, 3 weeks, 2 weeks, a month, 2 months, what would you say the average turnaround you guys have at CMG compared, I know your rates are going to be lower, but compared to a middleman, as I call him, that's shopping around other companies and CMG?
Yeah, average, literally something like that. Our average is about 18 days, 17 days to close it. We tell people 21 days or less, but 21 is easy when it comes to
that's no. And then I wanted to ask on the realtor side, how many times do you guys have a closing up? Let's say you're representing the buyer, Frank. Let's say the buyer, or Stephanie, the buyer, and all of a sudden there's some kind of problem up towards the end, and closing's got to be pushed off because a bank's not coming through, or someone goes out. I bet a big one is they go out right before closing and buy a car or open a credit card or buy a timeshare, something stupid. Does it happen?
Oh, Mark, those are a bummer. Sometimes, not very often. I had one recently here where we had to postpone by about a week and a half because of some issues with the loan, but it got worked out, thank God.
So, and then the seller was still cool?
It was all right. It worked, but we had it set up.
He's saying it like, I made it work.
Well,
that's what he's saying.
Let's put it this way. We had it set up where if the buyer failed to close for any reason, the earnest money was automatically forfeited to the seller. So the seller was very well protected that way.
Oh.
Yeah.
Well,
so there was definitely motivation for the buyer to do what they're supposed to do to get it done.
Okay, or else they would have lost whatever up front. Right. How much was it, out of curiosity?
About $7,500.
Wow.
Yeah.
That'd be a nice little freebie for the seller. How about you, Steph? You ever dealt with one, and here's closing day, and they went out and got a Best Buy credit card and bought brand new televisions for their house?
I have not had that, because I do have conversations with my clients, my buyers. My joke forever is, Do not save 20% at Kohl's. It's not worth it. Don't pull, the $100 you might save is not worth it. But yeah, I have those conversations. Wait to buy your fridge till after closing.
Yeah, wait, and once closing's done, it's not like they can.
They can do what they
I
want
mean,
to
that's
do.
true, John, right? Like, as soon as you guys close a loan, they can go out and buy cars and whatever they can buy.
We're checking till the morning they buy, but as soon as that, the funds
Is that true? Like, literally the day of closing?
We have a UDM, we call it, report. And
what does that stand for?
Unidentified Debt Monitoring System.
Oh, my God. So, like, literally, okay, Mark's closing on a house at noon today. That morning, it's seeing if I opened up any credit.
Right. You can use your current credit cards. That's not an issue.
Yeah.
But if you open up something new, it notifies us. Yeah.
Wow. Then you basically have to have underwriting. And speaking of underwriting, unlike a lot of these other companies that people hear about even on this station all the time, I mean, you guys, you are the bank, if you will, or the lender. You guys, literally, the underwriters work for CMG. Correct. If there's something like that happens up, I mean, you can knock on the door next to you, for that matter, and go, hey, we need to push this through.
Yeah, well, we don't push it through. We get explanation. We get it done quick, because usually people get a letter explanation.
Yeah, they're not calling somebody who's calling somebody who's calling the underwriter.
I don't have to wait for 3-4 different people to say okay.
That's crazy. Right. All right, 303-713-8255. By the way, partnerinlending.com, that's CMG. That's John. Frank Duran, FrankDuranHomes.com. Frank sells more homes. I love this stat. Doing your commercials are so easy. Frank sells more homes for more money in 1 month than most realtors in Colorado sell in a year. And Stephanie Thomas knows the Pike Peaks region better than anybody I have met up there. I love the fact you have concentrated on that Colorado Springs, that Monument, and you've gone up to like Woodland Parks, parts of Pueblo. You know that area inside and out.
Right now? Oh, man.
I know.
Oh, it's June, isn't it?
Yeah.
Damn it. I'm just going to go basics.
It's inspection, and it's a short sale, unfortunately.
Oh, man.
Who is that, Kat?
I'm sorry. I don't know who does zero res. I don't think it is.
Would you email Jess for me and say, can you find out if there's any specials for, you know the question? Because I got nothing. We're talking a lot about homes today and lending, but when it comes to the value of your home, something you can't beat is siding, windows, doors. Talk about upgrading your house. And the people at K&H Home Solutions, they are so good at it. In fact, they were established over 68 years ago, 1956. Imagine a company that's been around that long. All the products are American-made, custom manufactured. They pay attention to detail, the highest quality materials. They have Alpen windows now that are absolutely just beautiful. Whether it's for that $3-4 million beautiful home up in the mountains, or if you just got to fix and flip, these guys are going to have windows for you. I love that about them. And everything is based off of the durability and energy efficiency. And they do everything out there. In fact, their Provia entry doors, listen to this, they use 20-gauge steel. Most other companies are 26-gauge steel. And they're pre-finished and they're just beautiful. Get that free quote. You're going to love dealing with a company that's been around that long. Check them out at khwindows.com. That's khwindows.com. FixMyHome.com. Fix it 24/7. What a great company. You know what? Free second opinions. If you have an estimate in your hand for, say, a new air conditioner or a furnace or a water heater or an electrical box, anything like that, these guys most likely can beat it, but they'll come out, look at it, make sure you need it, which is a very important part, and then if you do, they're going to give you a price on it, and I bet they beat the price. Free second opinions only at FixMyHome.com. Once again, FixMyHome.com. You're going to love these guys. Now, Zero Res. Talk about great carpet cleaners. These guys, well, they do more than carpet, but They use what they refer to as ZR water. What it really is high alkaline, super soft, purified water. And by the way, that is the best, and I mean the best cleaning agent in nature. Once again, they call it ZR water. And that, with the combination of their great scrubbing techniques and the equipment they use, they don't use chemicals, soaps, or solvents and emulsifiers. They actually have a 3-step process. It gets rid of the dirt, gets rid of the dust, and if you got pets, gets rid of the dander, and it doesn't leave any dirt-attracting residue. It's safe for kids, it's safe for pets, and man, do they do a good job. In fact, the carpets are usually dry, looking brand new within a few hours. Other companies, a few days go by, and that wine stain or that spaghetti sauce stain or whatever it is starts wicking back up from the padding, not with zero res. And if you do have a problem, you call them back up, and they'll come back out. Grout cleaning, granite cleaning, mattress cleaning, upholstery cleaning. Now they're even doing duct cleaning. They also have a commercial division. 303-471-5150, 303-471-5150, simply the best carpet cleaning, ZeroResDenver.com. John, if people fill out...
did you want to send an email?
I'll ask you guys on here, all three of you. I'm basically going to ask you from phone call to actual contact, whether they're looking to sell their property. What should they expect when they call Frank? What should they expect with Stephanie? And from basically contact, maybe at partnerinlending.com, how long till they actually get an approval or a denial? And then I assume if they call at 2 a.m. by 2:15, we're good here, guys? I mean...
As long as they, like you said, you sue people correctly, then it's 24 hours, 48, 24 to 48.
I'm Chuck McDowell. I used to sell timeshares. Now I can help you get out of the timeshare I sold you.
Do they get out of the timeshares?
Yeah, they cost a fortune, but yeah, you can get out.
Why would you even get into one?
That
just seems like...
Because you get a free buffet.
Oh, jeez. No thanks.
Susan and I got $500 in Puerto Vallarta, Mexico for 2 hours at a timeshare.
Presentation?
Yep, 2 hours.
Yeah.
We spent 2 hours and got out of there, and they gave me the $500. They started bitching towards the end, though.
Where you going?
I love it when, like, you're at that table at the end, and they're trying to, now it's time to negotiate, and all the people around you are toasting champagne glasses. Our new owner's over on table 4. Welcome to the club.
We were shocked. The Hard Rock last year in Cabo, they wouldn't even put us in our room until we talked to timeshare people. Well,
I lost it.
Oh my, John. Like,
I lost
it. Mark and I have a deal now. When he
went live on
it
YouTube.
like that, I'm allowed to just.
I started walking up to every guest in that room the next morning that were checking in, getting them right in their face, talking about special assessments.
You're like you're not in jail, Mexican jail.
I had security everywhere, all over me.
Oh man,
they were not happy. But it's like, really, you're not even. Don't even let us get a beer first. Like, could we at least get in our room and have a margarita?
Right. That's what you want to do, sit and get force fed.
But it was a Hard Rock. That was a real disappointment.
Yeah, I'll never go to a Hard Rock.
Because there's a beautiful property.
I truly did get nervous.
Yeah.
I got a little nervous on that one. Yeah. I started going, man, the Mexican mafia probably runs these timeshares now.
Fastest 2 hours in talk radio, aiming to cut through the clutter and wash out the white noise of the mainstream media. The only missing ingredient is you. Join me each day of the work week, starting at 2 here on 630 KHOW.
All right, 303-713-8255. I want to thank our guests. Listen, anything you need when it comes to loans, I promise you, these guys over $200 billion each month, if you can imagine that. But John Clace, great guy. John, I appreciate you being in. and you do a lot. In fact, you're working with my son right now in Nebraska on one. You guys truly do loan in every state, right?
We do.
And
Plus
what's the
Puerto
best
Rico.
way for people to get a hold of you for either reverse mortgage, traditional, the all-in-one loan, anything?
Well, they can go to partnerinlending.com. They can
That's
call
an
me
easy
there,
one.
or they can call me at 303-577-7206.
One more time.
303-577-7206.
And then anybody needs any home, Pikes Peak region, StephanieRE.com, right?
Yes. Yep.
StephanieRE.com. Frank Duran, Denver Metro, FrankDuranHomes.com. I appreciate it. I'm telling you guys, these are all great people. You're looking for a home, looking for a loan. We'll see you tomorrow.
Follow Tom Martino at Real Tom Martino and stay connected with all of us at 630 KHOW, KHOW.com, and on the iHeartRadio app. This is Denver's talk station, 630 KHOW.
Ready to order?
Yes. We're earning unlimited 3% cash back on dining and entertainment with the Capital One Saver card, so let's just get one of everything.
Everything?
Fire everything. The Capital One Saver card is at table 27, and they're earning unlimited 3% cash back.
Yes, Chef! This is so nice.
Had a feeling you'd want 3% cash back on dessert.
Ooh, tiramisu!
Earn unlimited 3% cash back on dining and entertainment with the Capital One Saver card. Capital One, what's in your wallet?
Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com for details.
Electric rates are going up, up, up. You need Red Rock's Roof and Solar. They do it all, sales, installation, and service. And because they do roofs too, they got you covered. Locally owned, veteran owned, more than 35 years combined experience. The only company to guarantee an activation date or they pay you for lost energy. Battery backups, auxiliary generators, 303-704-2449. 704-2449. RedRocksRS.com.
Standing up for what's right, helping out when things go wrong, seeking the truth, and speaking our minds. Not just making records, but breaking them. Leading the way behind the camera, beyond the runway, and on the silver screen. Not just making our mark, but making a difference. Now that's a job for a Girl Scout. Girl Scouts, preparing girls for a lifetime of leadership.
KRFX HD2 Denver. KHOW Denver, an iHeart radio station. Make us the #1 preset on the free iHeartRadio app. Listen for all your music, radio, and podcasts. Free never sounded so good.
ABC News, I'm Michelle Franzen. The White House says President Trump will sign an executive order raising tariffs on European steel and aluminum from 25 to 50%. And the clock is ticking on the president's 90-day pause for reciprocal tariffs.
The White House is urging trade partners to send their best offer on a deal by Wednesday. Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt on outreach by the U.S. Trade Representative.
USTR sent this letter to all of our trading partners just to give them a friendly reminder that the deadline is coming up. And they are in talks.
Asked whether the president isn't satisfied with the pace of negotiations, Leavitt said they plan to announce deals, quote, very, very soon, but had no details.
ABC's Karen Travers. Homeland Security says the wife and children of the suspect in the Boulder flamethrower attack at a Jewish rally has been taken into custody and being prepared to be deported. Mohammed Solomon was charged with 16 counts of attempted murder and a federal hate crime charge. This is ABC News. The UN Secretary General now calling for an independent investigation into Israel's handling of aid distribution in Gaza, now handled by an Israeli-American group. At least 27 people died in Gaza when shots were fired. IDF soldiers say they did fire into the crowd, but say they were not targeting anyone specific. David Mintzer, a spokesman for Israel's prime minister, accused Hamas of firing shots.